boys has increased 5 times in the past 15 years. Given the protracted impact of COVID-19, a growing number of people are experiencing economic and social vulnerabilities that has increased their risk of falling prey to human traffickers. Madam Speaker, Jamaica's Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act was passed in 2007 and amended in 2013 to increase the penalties. The Act was again amended in 2018 to enable a judge to try trafficking offences without a jury. The amendment we proposed in the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Act 2021 are based on the need to create a stronger anti-human trafficking regime that discourages, disincentives and promulgates deterrence of the offenders and the recidivists. Given the global and lucrative nature of human trafficking and its imminent threat to our people, the government has taken the decision to proceed with amendments to the Act to remove the option of fines as a penalty for certain offences that are egregious in nature. Additionally, the Amendment Act creates a provision that empowers the Minister by order, subject to affirmative resolution, to make amendments to monetary penalties in the Act. I take the members through clause by clause. Madam Speaker, Clause 2, amended of the Section 4 of the Principal Act, Trafficking in Persons. Section 4 of the Principal Act is amended in subsection 6, 7, 8, and 8A by deleting the words "to a fine or" and replacing "or both to fine, both such fine and imprisonment." So the word "or" is removed, and we now have "or to both such fine and imprisonment" wherever they appear in the section related. Based on the heinous nature of these offences, compared to the offences under the Sexual Offences Act 2009, which constitute offences deemed similar in nature, only custodial sentences have been imposed. Therefore, subsections 6, 7, 8, and 80 are amended to remove the option of a fine, since this would not be an appropriate penalty in lieu of a custodial sentence. Clause 3, amendment of Section 15 of the Principal Act, offence of threatening and obstructing constable in his duty. Section 15 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting the words $250,000 and substituting the word $1 million. This amendment is proposed within the context of updating the monetary penalty for offences relating to threatening, assaulting, or obstructing a constable in the execution of his duties. The bill proposes a fine not exceeding $1 million, and in default of payment of the fine, to a custodial sentence not exceeding 6 months. This amendment aligns with the penalty provided for in Section 30 of the Jamaica Consular Force Act. Clause 4, amendment of Section 17 of the Principal Act, order to increase fines. Section 17 of the Principal Act is being amended by deleting the marginal note, which currently states order to increase fines, and substituting, therefore, the words amendment of monetary penalties. Consequent on this amendment, subsection 1 is also being amended by deleting the words increase the fines and substituting, therefore, the words amend the monetary penalties. This amendment provides for an easier mechanism to amend the monetary penalties and thereby allowing for any monetary penalty to be kept current. Amendment of Section 10 of the Child Care and Protection Act, which is consequential amendments, prohibition against sale or trafficking of children. Section 10 of the Child Care and Protection Act 2004 is consequently amended in subsection 2 by deleting the words "to a fine or" and inserting "or to both fine and imprisonment." Section 10(2) of the Child Care and Protection Act 2004 establishes the prohibition against the sale or trafficking of children and provides a penalty for any person who commits the offence, liable on conviction to an indictment before a circuit court, to a fine or to imprisonment with hard labour, or to a term not exceeding 10 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. In light of the zero tolerance policy established within the Trafficking in Persons, Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Amendment Act 2021, this proposal seeks to establish consistency across legislation. Madam Speaker, governments the world over are required to strengthen the legislative and policy parameters to combat the real and present threat of human trafficking. These amendments, I hope, will in fact take make the government of Jamaica try act much more effective in deterring this particular crime.
Madam Speaker, the trafficking in persons legislation has evolved over time and has been amended several times since it was originally passed in 2007. And it has some features which are perhaps unique in Jamaican legislation. For example, there are provisions requiring the government to look out for victims. When I say look out for victims, to implement appropriate steps to assist victims where practicable. That's Section 10 of the Act, and lists several different methods by which that assistance may be given. It was one of the first statutes which had a provision for requiring restitution to be paid to victims by convicted offenders. However, this is the first statute I am aware of in which the sentencing provisions are being amended in this way. As it stands at the moment, the penalties on conviction for a trafficking offense in the circuit court, and I think they're all punishable in the circuit court, is to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding. And the maximum term was increased in 2013 for most of these offenses, and they're now quite heavy, 20 years and so on. Where there's a reference to a fine, it's in the circuit court. It's an unlimited amount. It enables the court to impose a fine of whatever it considers to be appropriate. So what we are doing here is removing that option from the trial court so that a person convicted of a trafficking offense will have to be sentenced. The term of that sentence will be determined by the judge in a particular matter, no doubt taking into account the sentencing guidelines that the judiciary has developed. But a fine is no longer an option. And as the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons states, this is in keeping with the recommendations of the United States Department of State Trafficking in Persons Report 2012. So we know that Jamaica is assessed for its performance in this particular area, and it's a fairly rigorous assessment. And they look specifically at the number of prosecutions and convictions under the Act. And indeed, they have suggested, recommended that these amendments be made. Trafficking is a particularly pernicious form of offense. It's modern-day slavery is what it's sometimes called. It involves usually young people, but not always young. Usually females, though not always female. But persons who are very vulnerable, being exploited in the most egregious ways, often sexually exploited, sometimes exploited to extract their labor on terms which are definitely not in keeping with their status as human beings. So, although it is very unusual to do this, I don't have an objection to it in principle. There's one issue which I wanted to raise, and it relates to Section 5 of the Act. Section 5 of the Act deals with a situation in which the offender is a body corporate, and it provides that where a body corporate commits an offense under this Act, every director, manager, secretary, or the similar officer concerned with the offense is liable on conviction, on indictment before a circuit court, to a fine or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 20 years, or to both such fine and imprisonment. And it goes on to say in subsection 2, a director, manager, secretary, or other similar officer concerned with the management of a body corporate shall not be liable for an offence against this Act unless the court is satisfied that the offence was committed with his connivance, or that he had not exercised all such diligence to prevent the commission, having regard to the nature of functions in that capacity and to all the circumstances. And I am wondering why that section is not being amended. It is not addressed in the Act, because the sections which are being amended are section 4 and the various subsections in 4 which deal with trafficking offences, and then section 15, which is to do with obstructing a law officer in their duties under the Act. It's not a trafficking offence, and so that fine is not being removed. That fine is just being increased. But these trafficking offences are where there is now going to be an inconsistency. So if we have a trafficking organization that is incorporated, the principals involved can hide behind that corporate veil so as to potentially be fined rather than suffer the penalties of imprisonment that would apply were they not incorporated. And I'm not understanding the logic of that. And so I would just ask the minister to consider adding section 5(1) to clause 2, so that it would say section 4 of the Principal Act is amended in subsections 6, 7, 8, and 8A, comma, and section 5 is amended in subsection 1 by deleting the words listed in the clause. And that would align the treatment of trafficking offences, whether you are acting as a criminal individual or you are an individual operating a criminal body corporate. So that is something which I think is worthy of consideration. Apart from that, as I say, it is an unusual piece of legislation, but given the pernicious nature of human trafficking, I am not averse to it. The judge, at the end of the day, will have a discretion as to what level of sentence to impose, taking into account the facts of the particular case, and can do justice accordingly. So I support the bill, but I would suggest that amendment to the minister. Thank you.
Thank you, member from the opposition. And in light of the recommendation I made, which sounds logical and rational and seem to fit in with the overall purpose of the bill, I would like to do some checks on it. So I'm going to ask for suspension of the debate and come back to you next week. So check and see why this was not done, because it's only appropriate and keeps in line with the philosophy of the bill.
Yeah. Yes, sir. Madam Speaker, just so that minor matter can be clarified, I'm going to ask for the suspension of the debate on this, so until next week.
Members, the question before the House is that the debate on the bill, the Trafficking in Persons Prevention, Suppression and Punishment Amendment Act 2021, be suspended. And we now move to the state of the constituency debate.
That is correct, Madam Speaker. And we will start with
those
MP.
in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. We'll move now to Mrs. Juliet Holness, the MP for East Rural St. Andrews.
For St. Andrew East Rural.
Madam Speaker, permission to speak from a seat other than my own.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, thanks to the grace of God Almighty, I was resoundingly returned as the Member of Parliament for East Rural St. Andrew. East Rural St. Andrew, my home, is one of the most geographically, culturally, and economically diverse constituencies in this honorable House. The coffee capital of the world, the strawberry capital of Jamaica, the birthplace of cultural icons, the standard bearer of ecotourism, and a shining example of economic and infrastructural resilience despite the prevailing challenges. I am extremely proud, Madam Speaker, to represent this constituency of resilient, innovative, caring, and honest Jamaicans. I thank an incredibly special and visionary man, my husband, the most Honorable Prime Minister, Andrew Michael Holness, for having shown boldness and foresight when he threw his full support behind my candidacy. It is this rock-stone support and encouragement that remains critical to my ongoing quest for serving the people of Jamaica in this historic and game-changing manner, being the first wife of a Jamaican Prime Minister to sit in this honorable House. And Madam Speaker, most pleasurably, as a duly elected representative of this House. I would also like to thank our two boys, two men, Adam and Andrew Matthew, for their consistent support over the years. Madam Speaker, as a second-term MP, I must say how overwhelmingly comfortable it feels to have so much more company on this side of the chamber. I am particularly pleased to have so many of my sisters here with me, including yourself, Madam Speaker, along with other sister members who continue to provide agile, high quality, and robust representation, equal at the very least, Madam Speaker, to the high quality work done by our male counterparts on this side. Not to be forgotten are my sisters on the other side, who though very few in numbers, continue to represent a significant percentage of the composition on that side. I am sure you would agree, Madam Speaker, this is clearly a positive trend in political representation, regardless of on which side of the House you sit. That's right. All right, I must thank my councillors. I believe Neville Whitaker, my darling girl Celia James, and Councillor Shine, Alvin Francis, properly called. They are here sitting in the top there. Thanks for being here and supporting. I have a special team of young persons at the constituency office, and I have to give special thanks to my constituency staff, my supporters, collaborators, donors, as well as my close circle of family and friends for having my back. Madam Speaker, I proudly report in respect of my rich stewardship powered by resilience, innovation, care, and honesty. East Rural St. Andrew is rich in resilience. Our projects and programs are sustainable. They are meant to provide lasting and fundamental improvements in the lives of our people. We are rich in innovation. The people of East Rural St. Andrew are creative, applying innovative strategies to achieve the highest level results while ensuring efficiently executed, cost-effective projects. East Rural St. Andrew is rich because we genuinely show care for each other, including our elderly, our young, or otherwise most vulnerable. We are our brothers and sisters keepers. We are not only here to provide care packages and disaster mitigation support, but we are constantly finding ways to give our neighbors a hand up and a chance to design for themselves a better quality of life. Madam Speaker, this constituency is rich in honesty because we tell it like it is. We don't make promises we can't keep, and we do not tell people what we think they wish to hear. Amen. We face the sometimes painful truths together, and with our resilience, innovation, and creativity, hammer out solutions for the betterment of all. Madam Speaker, our achievements have been secured in a collaborative form with all entities of government, precisely because, Madam Speaker, as MP for East Rural St. Andrew, my constituents expect me to be the minister of all things. Madam Speaker, the Louis Bennett Square was established September 8, 2019, as we celebrated the centenary of her birth in Gordon Town. It boasts an international standard aesthetic, as well as an excellently sculpted and mounted statue of Miss Lou by Basil Watson, a fitting monument to this daughter of East Rural, whose work and memory we hope will soon be recognized with the designation of national icon. Thanks to the logistic support of Ministers Grange, the financial plus technical support from the Ministries of Tourism and Local Government through Ministers Bartlett and McKenzie, we now have a fine example of a cultural tourism destination that is not only world-class, but is also, as Miss Lou would say, strong and everlasting. Only for you. Our key strategy in celebrating the lush beauty of East Rural St. Andrew is proudly utilizing the vibrant national colors black, green, and gold, and in refurbishing the public spaces in our constituency. These are now used by cultural ambassadors as prime locations for events, video and photo shoots in communities like Maryland, Red Light, Irish Town, Tambourine Tree, and Gordon Town. We have become the standard bearers in cultural representation, thanks to the Spruce Up Jamaica campaign. Plans are in high gear to establish the East Rural St. Andrew Development Fund, designed to maintain the beauty of these spaces and creating a legacy of enriched communities through strong community organizations. Madam Speaker, indigent housing. Indigent housing is a critical pillar for how we care for our most vulnerable. We have facilitated through the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development 2 homes, and through the Hope program, another house. The Hope program has already approved 2 additional units to be constructed this financial year. Our beneficiaries so far: Warburton, Irish Town, Catwell, Linda's Gap, and Francis from Bull Bay. They now enjoy a significantly higher standard of living and are better for it. Caribbean terrace has been a long-standing challenge due to adverse effects of climate change and its associated environmental issues. We are proud to have been able to provide residents 70 housing units which are self-sufficient, environmentally responsible and sustainable. I am pleased to further report that this government provided 21 units exclusively to the residents of Caribbean Terrace at a discount each of $6 million. Madam Speaker, our CDF housing allocation would normally provide a window, a door, a few sheets of ply, zinc, or a couple bags of cement. But it could never build one single house. With innovation, our very own summer intern, I call him Lando, his name is Rolando. He has designed an excellent, low-cost, high-quality, durable housing solution which will see not just one, but with community assistance for labor, 4 constituents getting a house through the CDF program every single year. Square feet of adaptable space, each at a cost of less than $750,000. And if you look at it, Madam Speaker, this is priceless. We encourage our constituents to consider resilience, sustainability, and safety in their choice of spaces to build homes. We continue to keep it real in expressing grave concern for persons choosing to establish residences in unstable or ecologically vulnerable areas, because for far too long, irresponsible leadership has encouraged this. Yes. Citizens must exercise collective responsibility for establishing sustainable and compliant communities. Yes. In this information age, our citizens need to become informants, informers, and information agents. As we inform each other of the dangers and risk of settling in these vulnerable areas, sharing mitigation strategies, as well as informing the government where these settlements have begun or seem to be developing, so that we can engage in very early intervention. Madam Speaker, I want to proudly advise that the Gordon Town breakaway, which was slated to be repaired at a contract valued at $187 million, was completed in record time. It was also completed under budget, thanks to the excellent execution of the NAA and Kinetic Engineering Services. That is the massive work of the Gordon Town breakaway. Oh, don't worry, we will use it. In early November 2020, this critical stretch of road was damaged due to severe weather conditions associated with Tropical Storm Eto. It became immediately necessary for us to do the repairs, as lives and livelihoods were threatened. We do not only report this very efficient and sustainable repair to the Gordon Town breakaway, but we can also report that East Rural St. Andrew was gifted from this adversity with the Savage Pen alternate route, valued at $58 million. The constituency and the lives of our citizens have become richer for it. Madam Speaker, of course, the challenges that plague this constituency are many. Environmental weaknesses combined with years of infrastructural neglect continue to see us facing major breakaways. At Craighill, Robertsfield Settlement, Bloxburgh, and Cane River, even as we celebrate the repairs to Gordon Town.
Madam Speaker, I ask that the member's time be allowed and she be permitted to complete her presentation.
The question before the House is that the member be given sufficient time to complete her presentation. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. Member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thanks, members. So with years of neglect, we continue to see breakaways. Being rich in honesty, though, Madam Speaker, we must place the possibilities in context. I've embarked on a task to assess the cost of infrastructure work required only on the main roads across the entire East Rural St. Andrew network. This excludes Bull Bay, which is already under contract, and the beautiful Prosperity Highway to Irish Town. The cost to do the infrastructure work is estimated for roads only, not walls, at $3.2 billion, Madam Speaker. This would amount to more than 20 years of expenditure in any one constituency. I know the opposition leader get the picture. We need consistently good representation from this prosperity government to continue to ensure sustainable infrastructure projects from conception to completion. Madam Speaker, this country deserves prosperity and therefore cannot return to a government of empty pipelines and broken promises. Madam Speaker, we have improved the travel experience across the constituency with improved roads and bridges, Greenvale, Penfield and Georges River bridges, in addition to the much publicized highway from Papine to Portland. There is also the Harborview Housing Scheme, Skyline Drive, Maryland, Freetown, Claremont Road, Passion Gardens, Greenvale Road, Flamstead, Content, Top Road. Special thanks to Carib Cement for their consistent support, and with 6,000 meters squared of concrete roads donated, we were able to also do Davids Hill, Dublin, Savage Pen, Clark Street, Iman Heights, otherwise called Bubba Hill, and Greenvale Place. Madam Speaker, my constituents continue to be happy when a road that is repaired in 3 months can look like that before I became MP. And in no time with concrete roads, they have in communities spaces that will last them for over 100 years. Madam Speaker, we are proud of our tree planting program. We are adamant we will help with getting us to 3 million trees in 3 years. As we understand particularly the significance of trees in preventing soil erosion as well as for water supply, we understand the importance of East Rural St. Andrew as a critical watershed for Kingston City, and therefore how important functional distributaries, including our rivers, are to this process. We welcome Minister Warmington the announcement of $200 million in river training under the Serve Jamaica Fund, and look forward to much of this going to secure Cane River and Craig Hill through the funds. While providing for the city, many East Rural residents still have no domestic water. Through our strategic and dedicated work, many are now singing water projects all over, Maryland overflow, Dublin, Clydesdale and Tana Hill, householders happy and them crops are grow. Finally, those communities have water. Madam Speaker, every child in East Rural St. Andrew is my child. I am personally invested in their education. It gives me no pleasure to see low levels of school attendance, especially in remote communities without internet or external interaction, where attendance at school is sometimes non-existent. We welcome the government's announcement regarding deploying field officers to assist in improving school attendance. And Minister Favour Williams, I welcome what I hope will be some of the very remote schools getting on face-to-face very soon. We continue to give major support to education through the CDF fund and allot $5 million each year so far to students for tuition, grants, and school books. But we don't only do this. Every year we ensure through private sector support that $5 million is matched by $5 million more. This has redounded to the benefit of our students in East Rural St. Andrew. We have issued 600 pairs of unisex high-quality black leather shoes to every student in need. And we have supported online learning by issuing 300 tablets, 140 computers right across the constituency. Like most of Jamaica, we are anxious to return to face-to-face instructions as the future of our children depends on it. Madam Speaker, the Juliet Holness Foundation, in collaboration with Starkey Hearing Foundation, has brought hearing health care to 3,000 Jamaicans. We have been able to provide diagnosis, free hearing aids, as well as hearing aid maintenance to these needy Jamaicans. I am also pleased, Madam Speaker, to have been invited by the Issa Trust Foundation to lead a delegation, including the National Health Fund team, to tour the Direct Relief headquarters in Santa Barbara, California. My advocacy for much greater support resulted in what was planned as 6 specialized medical refrigerators to be donated to the Jamaica's healthcare system, being increased to a whopping 20 units at the cost of $160,000 US. Our healthcare system, Madam Speaker, is better for it, particularly now for storage of critical medication, including vaccines across Jamaica. Madam Speaker, throughout COVID, there has been an outpouring of support from various government care programs and also substantially from corporate Jamaica. Special mention must be made of Progressive Grocers and their partners, along with my own Save Our Boys and Girls Foundation. Through funds raised, we were able to distribute an unprecedented 28,000 food and sanitation packages. This valued at over $70 million. We did constituencies right across Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, and Clarendon. Osh, if you didn't get any. Our major vaccination program, held at 3 simultaneous locations on September 3rd, with 4 sites scheduled for October 29 and 30, is a display of our commitment to have our constituents increase their chance of functioning normally. Our primary objective as a government is a healthy, functional society. At this time, I remind my constituents vaccination is the very best means for us for widespread distribution to assist the most vulnerable. Exercise, fresh air, fruits and vegetables are also critical. And this is why at our constituency office, we started a 1/4-acre farm of fruits, vegetables and spices. This project, Madam Speaker, provides fresh food along with our COVID care packages to improve the nutrition of our people, because East Rural is rich in care. Madam Speaker, we have revolutionized approaches to agriculture, and creative strategies have been implemented for strawberries, winter vegetables, Irish potatoes, and coffee. Irish potato became a major economic driver for the constituency, providing sustainable income for farmers during periods of low coffee prices. With yields far outpacing the national average of 16 tons per hectare, we are generating 20 tons per hectare in Irish potato. Strawberries continue to be viable, and we are revitalizing the program by promoting new varieties developed specifically for the tropics. My heart is full, Madam Speaker, when I hear farmers like Mr. Cripps saying this strawberry program has turned me from a boy into a man. Our winter vegetable program, using higher priced, top quality, F1 hybrid seeds, has boosted vegetable production and productivity significantly. Farmers are now clamoring for broccoli, cilantro, kale, parsley, and Chinese cabbage. Chinese cabbage was never previously grown anywhere in the constituency, and I suspect Jamaica. We introduced melon and cantaloupe as crops in the Bull Bay area with resounding success for the farmers. Dublin Castle, previously known internationally for its horticultural exports, has seen that business wane over time. We have started a pilot project in flowers aimed at rejuvenating this robust industry in the hills. Madam Speaker, the challenges with coffee continue to plague the constituency. This includes, 1, a lack of transparency in average contract pricing secured out of Japan. 2, the absence of an effective cooperative structure for negotiating terms for all coffee farmers. And finally, the use of middlemen in the existing structure for distributing government resources intended to benefit the farmers. In response to these challenges, we successfully convened the first ever coffee symposium held in Jamaica, examining all the issues with respect to coffee. We brought farmers from East Rural, West Rural St. Andrew, farmers from Portland and St. Thomas to this symposium to consult with a comprehensive list of other stakeholders on strategies and value-added solutions for the coffee industry. I have also sat with and made recommendations on what has been the observed deficiencies to the Jamaica Agricultural Commodities Regulatory Authority, which we know as JACRA. They have made some assurances. I will say I have received some serious assurances that they will explore, 1, very meaningful, utilizing their knowledge of the contract prices in Japan to establish a price index mechanism to assist local farmers in determining a reasonable range of prices for their produce. I must say to my farmers, the government does not set coffee prices. This is just to help you have a better appreciation of what the government knows is going on in Japan that you cannot see, to help you to determine what you must push for as a farmer. JACRA has also agreed to engage the well-established extension service of RADA to maximize benefits from the government's resources directly to the farmers, because they're already going on all these farms for all other produce. I must recognize the work of RADA, Kingston and St. Andrew. Its chairman, Mr. Benjamin, the extension officers in the constituency, Messrs. Rogers, Faulkner, Harvey, Deans, and Ms. Fuller, who continue to make all the difference for our farmers. In addition, Madam Speaker, to 80 million allocated by the government some time ago for our struggling coffee farmers, we were successfully able to negotiate economic support to the tune of $60 million from the leaching donation, which secured a JCB backhoe for collective use of the farmers, 7,000 bags of fertilizers, pesticides, fungicides, mist blowers, motorized sprayers, knapsacks, and so much more, directly, which went to the benefit of the small coffee farmer. My checks recently is that the backhoe is currently working for farmers in St. Thomas. Minister Shaw and Bartlett, we have been reinforcing the work as it relates to the supply side for coffee. But on the demand side, Minister Bartlett, we would like you to advocate that in order to boost the demand and to create additional value chain opportunities for the local coffee farmers, Blue Mountain Coffee must be served in every single tourist attraction in Jamaica. Madam Speaker, it must also be offered to every cruise ship passenger that disembarks at our port. Visitors should not only see and feel the best of Jamaica, but should taste the best of Jamaica. Madam Speaker, proper irrigation is our first concern for every farming project. With RADA, we implemented a program to bring water to our farming communities of Top Mountain, St. Peter's, and Lime Tree. We continue to work with RADA to improve farm roads across the farming communities. Some have actually benefited from concrete roads. Included in the farming communities covered, David Hill, Top Mountain, Resource, Dublin Castle, Flamstead, Somerset, Bloxburgh, Mount Hybla, Westphalia, Tower Hill, Lime Tree, Chatsworth, and Jack Allen. We look forward, Madam Speaker, to this continued expansion of agriculture in East Rural St. Andrew as more farmers move from poverty to prosperity. Madam Speaker, the record speaks for itself. I work with and for the people of East Rural St. Andrew in culture, water, roads, walls, bridges, and housing infrastructure. This Member of Parliament works for her East Rural family in education, human development, community development, health, sports, welfare, and security, while serving in the national interest through the various committees of Parliament on which I sit. We promise to continue to work tirelessly each day for the upliftment of our people, and with the help and guidance of the Almighty, I remain equal to the task. Madam Speaker, our solid resume established over the last 5 years of selfless work on behalf of East Rural and the wider Jamaica will continue to be expanded by resilience, innovation, care, and honesty, so that Jamaica may, under God, increase in beauty, fellowship, and prosperity.
Madam Speaker, we would certainly like to thank the member from East Rural St. Andrew for an excellent presentation. And we now call on the member from East Kingston and Port Royal to make his contribution.
The member from I want to welcome particularly the member from Kingston Eastern Port and Port Royal, because I think he's the first
Madam Speaker, let me thank you for those words of welcome. I thought you were going to introduce me as the best behaving member of this chamber.
I could do that too. I could do that too.
Well,
I could.
And I'll accept it. Madam Speaker, having spoken already in this sectoral debate, I'm going to go through my presentation very speedily without going through the necessary introductions. But of course, I have to acknowledge the tremendous support of the people from East Kingston and Port Royal. As I'm now in my 6th term as a member of Parliament, and only the former Governor General has surpassed the amount of time that I've spent so far. Yes, just like you. I want to thank my colleagues, the Leader of the Opposition, and of course my team on the Shadow Cabinet, and of course members of the House. Madam Speaker, I am, and you see how we behaved ourselves just now. Madam Speaker, I am grateful for this opportunity to once again participate in this very important debate. You may recall, Madam Speaker, that this debate was instituted during the reforms in 2014 when I was Leader of Government Business in this House. These debates were meant to influence how the national budget is crafted. We felt that airing these presentations at this time, the Minister of Finance, at the same time that the Minister of Finance was commencing his annual budget process, it would give a clearer insight into the needs of constituencies, especially those represented by non-ministers and opposition. It is important, therefore, that the budget reflects the true needs of the Jamaican people, and it is out of this exercise that it should be done. All elected representatives must be able to influence how the tax dollar of their constituents is spent. That is a way to effectively discharge their primary and principal role as advocates on behalf of their constituencies. These debates must be actively monitored, not only by the Ministry of Finance, but of course, you must be here, but all other ministries, agencies, and departments of government. They must be treated with the same level of seriousness as is given when the ministries and agencies come here to defend their budget during the Standing Finance Committee. Let me say, Madam Speaker, that I have been observing quite keenly, even when I'm not physically in the chamber, the presentations of our newly elected colleagues. I commend them for the energy and enthusiasm that they have all been displaying. I identify with them especially as I recall how bright-eyed and bushy-tailed I was many years ago when I did my first couple of presentations. There's another word for it. Many years ago. Actually, I think the Prime Minister and I, we entered these chambers at the same time. I wish them well, Madam Speaker. I wish them well, even as I will work hard to ensure that they are defeated when next we go to the polls. But quite seriously, Madam Speaker, as I see the tremendous hope and earnestness on the part of my colleagues, and knowing myself of many of the harsh realities, pitfalls, and frustrations that they will inevitably experience, like so many of us over many years, I thought I would use my few minutes to return to the overwhelming question about our role and function as members of Parliament. My aim is not to discourage or dampen the enthusiasm. That is quite evident. But for all of us to be mindful of the need for continual assessment of how we perform as our people's representatives. I recall my first campaign, which was entitled, "I Hear You," when I ran in 1997. And at that time, after doing all the assessments, after doing polling, I was told by the people that there was one problem they have, and if I could fix that problem, I'd be there without complaint. You know what that problem was? They need telephone. They want telephone call boxes, and they wanted telephones in their homes. I didn't believe them when they said that I wouldn't need to do anything else. But that was their problem at that time. But the harsh reality Madam Speaker, of being a member of Parliament is that 90% of my time, whether on the road in my constituency or at the constituency office, is spent on addressing very personal welfare issues. When an individual wishes to have a one-away with me, I know what is that all about. And these, for the most part, are real and genuine needs that deserve attention. Yep. So, what is the role and function of us, Madam Speaker? Do we really have the tools and resources to carry out our roles and functions ascribed to us as members of this House? A good reference point in this discussion is to revisit the report on parliamentary salaries done by a committee headed by the late Oliver Clark, which was tabled in November 2003. The committee reviewed a number of previous reports on the same issue and, among other things, examined whether or not the job of a parliamentarian was a full-time occupation or a part-time one, a possible job description for the Member of Parliament, what resources would be needed for the MP to operate a constituency in an effective manner, and so on and so forth. In the end, the committee appeared to accept the job description proposed by the United Kingdom, where the first component is that of the MP's parliamentary responsibilities to assist in the passage of legislation and to hold the executive to account. The second component is the MP's constituency duties. Here, the MP is responsible for promoting or defending the interests of the constituency as a whole and assisting individual constituents who are in difficulty. I would like to proffer, Madam Speaker, some variation with a different emphasis in relation to our role going forward. Firstly, I believe that our primary role must be that of fierce advocate on behalf of our constituents. I believe that we have to change focus from the high premium that is currently placed on patronage and to focus more on the broader developmental needs of our constituencies. Yes, it is true that due to the high level of poverty, much of which is historical, and some of which emerged due to the steep structural adjustment programs of the last 4 decades, we have understandably spent a lot more time and effort dealing with the urgent basic needs of our people. The truth is that MPs have very little resources to do so. Welfare really ought not to be the responsibility of members of Parliament. In a well-run state, the government provides help to those in need. We must put the required system in place and insist that the responsibility is shifted back as quickly as possible. Yes. Until then, we have to continue to do the little that we can. And sadly, that will extend the frustration of the people and MPs. Madam Speaker, a far more meaningful task should be our advocacy of developmental goals for our constituencies. These should cover social and economic areas, including the educational needs and physical infrastructural requirements. It is appropriate that each constituency develop a long-term development plan crafted through a process of meaningful consultation involving a wide cross-section of the constituency interest and, of course, the relevant state agencies led by the Planning Institute of Jamaica. We also, as a secondary role, need to play a greater part in the functioning of the legislature. We should be able to effectively propose changes to existing laws, each of us, provide critical appraisal of new rules and regulations, and also initiate our own legislation. But if we are to seriously pursue these functions, Madam Speaker, some important changes are necessary. Firstly, as I have hinted already, the state has to be far more responsive to the welfare needs of our people. These agencies must also work much more closely with MPs to deal with other critical constituency issues. Now, this part I know all of us will agree. the practice of MPs lobbying ministers to get basic things done is not right. No. It allows for political favoritism and also victimization. There will be no need, Madam Speaker, for a constituency development fund if state agencies perform their functions dutifully and impartially. For the MPs to perform the above functions effectively, MPs will need some greater personal technical support, which is what I want to deal with briefly. So some of the funds that are provided under the CDF should be reallocated to allow for the employment of interns to assist with the research work necessary to be a better legislator. Interns can also be utilized in the proper documentation for projects and in the monitoring of the implementations. Implementation. Interns, Madam Speaker, interns can assist the MPs in ensuring that there is effective communication and feedback with constituents, and as welfare will continue to be a major issue. Another aspect of the job description of the intern is to liaise with the relevant government agencies to ensure that constituents are directed to the right department and follow the correct process to get things done in this country. Madam Speaker, one of the areas I think interns can assist is to enable our people who wish to be registered with the PASS program, for example, which is quite laborious and tedious. Get an intern to work with them and to ensure that we can fast-track some of those applications through the system. So, Madam Speaker, as I close on this part, I wish to say that our people deserve more, and we as elected representatives need the tools to be more effective in our representation. The changes I have proposed will go a far way to address these issues. It can be done. Let us get it done. Madam Speaker, COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on my constituency. I wish to express sympathy to all those who were afflicted with the virus and condolences to all the families who suffered deaths of loved ones. I also wish to salute the frontline workers, many of them from my constituency, who have been on the battlefield for close to 2 years, fighting valiantly to save lives. And we have to big up all the workers who have put their lives at risk to save others. As a nation, we owe a tremendous debt of gratitude and appreciation. Despite our efforts, Madam Speaker, people continue to suffer. Many small business operators have witnessed the destruction of their livelihoods. Unemployment has increased. Our students have had their education severely and negatively restricted and curtailed. And our elderlies have had to endure loneliness and hunger during the period of lockdown. I will pause to say, I want to use this opportunity to once again urge all my constituents to get vaccinated. I am vaccinated. I am feeling good. In the meanwhile, Madam Speaker, I urge the government to consider the following. One, get some more food into the hands of the people. The distribution of care packages has been too infrequent and insufficient. As the Christmas period approaches,
Madam Speaker, I ask for the member to be allowed sufficient time to complete his presentation.
His presentation.
Much obliged to you, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, and to my colleagues. As the Christmas approaches, I want to urge that more resources be provided, especially for the elderly and the shut-ins across Jamaica. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I think now is good a time as any to revamp the PATH program. A comprehensive review needs to take place about the process to register as a PATH beneficiary. This should include substantial modification of the qualification and methodology used to determine the ranking of poor people. To fail to qualify because a household has a refrigerator and other necessities is wrong. Is wrong. Thirdly, Madam Minister of Education, the distribution of tablets. This has not gone well at all. Can MPs be told now when those 100 tablets that we were promised to be ready for our children to use in their online classes? Time is of the essence on this urgent and critical matter. It is important that those tablets be delivered now. Mr. Prime Minister, on a positive note, let me commend the Ministry of Technology and the Universal Fund for the installation of the first free Wi-Fi facility in my McIntyre community. Others are to be established in the Berger and Harbour Heights communities, and I don't want to big up the USF because I have had some responsibility there, but I really appreciate the way they are able to interact, to meet with the communities, to get people to appreciate the work that they're doing, and to get the work done. Finally, we're seeing a lot of things coming out of the USF, and I hope that the 189 projects can be expedited. Quickly, Madam Speaker, the Port Royal development. We continue, Prime Minister, to celebrate the establishment of the cruise shipping pier in Port Royal. And we look forward to welcoming visitors after the pandemic eases. I'm told. The facility is still a work in progress, and we await its completion. It is shaping up to be a very attractive facility. I am pleased that the entire political and community leadership in the constituency gave full support to the project. This came about after certain commitments and the preconditions were set. These preconditions have not all materialized as yet, and we are therefore seeking updates from the government. The primary agencies are the Port Authority and the Urban Development Corporation. What are these commitments? Firstly, to finalize the outstanding land issues for genuine Port Royalists who have had to endure overcrowdedness and inconvenient accommodations for many years. But, let me go on. There are many outsiders who are seeking to acquire land as part of the perceived gold rush, but this will not be tolerated if it's being done at the expense of legitimate, long-standing residents. No one should be bulldozed from lands that they have been waiting patiently in line to purchase. And you know, Prime Minister, we have had to stop bulldozers from clearing people who have been living on these lands, Port Royalists, for decades, who want to pay for the lands, but no opportunity to do so. But others are looking to come and acquire those same lands, and we're not going to allow it. We're not going to allow it. Prime Minister, very good, and we are at one with that principle. We were promised an expansion and updating of the water supply to the town. It's important that this project get going, as it is unfair that the ships will be adequately provided with water while the people continue to suffer. I am told that a process is going to commence on that. Thirdly, Prime Minister, the construction of a new sewage plant to handle the port is almost completed. The commitment was for the plant to be able to handle not only the pier, but also the sewage for the entire community. Again, we want to see it happen. And finally, the small business operators and vendors of food and crafts were promised assistance with training and other technical support, financial aid, and other facilitation. Some training had commenced. We now need other things in place urgently. It is not right for you to have a ship coming inside with 1,000 people, and they all pile up and leave and go to other places. We wish other places well, but Port Royal must benefit from this. You know, you couldn't use Kingston to get people to come here. You have to entice them with Port Royal. So having come to Port Royal, let them spend some money in Port Royal. Right. Let the people of Port Royal benefit as well. Madam Speaker, again, briefly, I'll just deal with two long-standing issues. I'm so happy that the Prime Minister is here, the Minister of Finance is here, and my neighbouring colleague who spoke before me is also present, because we've had this outstanding issue of the Harbour View, Harbour Heights drainage project, that we have received numerous pledges and promises from the government as to the funding to be provided for it. Funds were identified in last year's budget. Nothing has happened. We are told again this year that funds are available. This is a deadly disaster that will happen in the event of any serious rainfall. I'm happy that the Office of the Ombudsman has got involved, which hopefully will assist in pressuring the government to act. Minister, there's $80 million provided. Just get the Works Agency to get on with it. Very well, and I see my colleague is shaking her head. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the unfinished Windward Road project. Madam Speaker, I will not stop reminding this government of this unfinished road rehabilitation project. The first phase of this project, which saw the resurfacing of the road from Rockford to the intersection of Mountain View Avenue, was completed 2 years ago. The next phase from intersection of Mountain View Avenue to the intersection with Ellison Road needs to start. You can't have one part of the road do and look good, and the rest is looking bad. The place has for long been an eyesore, and yes, it has been there for a long time, but let us get it fixed once and for all. Funds were provided long ago. Let us get it fixed once and for all. And finally, Madam Speaker, as a serious issue, Madam Speaker, our country continues to face the growing monster of crime at all levels of the society, and my constituency has not been spared. None of us can be comfortable with the dysfunctional security environment, and as leaders and lawmakers, we must come together to fight this crippling scourge that is suffocating us and killing our citizens. I again recommit my time and energy to work with the security forces and the relevant NGOs to bring a stop to this security pandemic, which is prevalent in my own backyard as well. Madam Speaker, one of our community groups, as I now deal with just two quick special projects, has forwarded this project through me to the Jamaica Social Investment Fund and the National Water Commission. The project is to establish a freshwater fish farm in the constituency. It's seeking to use the overflowing water at Rock Spring to develop an enclosed freshwater fish farm that will supply products to the community, and also the establishment of a seafood restaurant. The facility is expected to become one of the stops that cruise ship passengers to Port Royal will be able to visit. And also, Madam Speaker, we have started preliminary discussions within the Rockford community of a development plan for the Warwicker Hills. We intend to engage environmental agencies early as we work to develop sustainable projects. We believe that nature hikes and biking through the hills can be major attractions to Jamaica, Jamaicans and visitors, especially, again, those coming for cruise. We also want to explore the possibility of attracting a major investor to develop a cable car tour of the hills. Let us transform the thinking of Warwicker Hills as a bedrock for negative stuff, and for it now to be seen as a positive transformation taking place. And finally, Madam Speaker, we continue to celebrate the achievements of 24 fisher folks and their families who are no longer regarded as squatters on lands that they occupied for over 3 decades. Prime Minister, this is a good example of how to deal with some of the squatting issues, because we've had some squatters who were on very productive lands in my constituency for over 3 decades, and they weren't going anywhere. So on their behalf, I approached the developers who now want to establish a first-class import-export terminal right beside the JPS power plant. And we were able to negotiate with them so that today the squatters, no longer squatters, they are relocated, having gotten in their hands a 99-year lease and license agreement for $1,000 per year. And they'll be able to live there now in an area secluded from the major projects that is to happen. I think this has to be a model that we use in trying to regularize some of these communities afflicted by the informal settlement. Madam Speaker, the work of a Member of Parliament is unending. As you know, the demands are many and the available resources are nowhere near adequate. However, there is a very special feeling of satisfaction when the constituency sees progress in the development of our human capital, physical infrastructure, and improvement in the quality of their lives. Along with my colleagues on this side of the aisle, I renew my pledge to my beloved constituents to continue the struggle in this honourable House on their behalf. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank the member from East Kingston and Port Royal for his contribution. And if I might just highlight and say, Madam Speaker, that we adopt the request of the member that all our MPs are fully vaccinated, and we hope, and I speak on behalf of the MPs, urging our constituents across Jamaica to get vaccinated, not next week or next month, but this week. So, Madam Speaker, I now ask the member from St. Ann Northwestern to make her presentation.
Madam Speaker, your permission to speak from a seat that is not my own. Thank you. Madam Speaker, it is with great humility and gratefulness that I rise today in Parliament to make my first contribution to the State of the Constituency debate. Firstly, I would like to thank God for His guidance on a journey of purpose that entails me living a life of service to others. I thank Him for providing this medium of being a Member of Parliament to be able to make significant impact towards the betterment of their lives. I would like to thank the Most Honourable Prime Minister, Andrew Holness, and my party leader, and also the Operations Council for selecting me as the party's representative for St. Ann Northwestern. To also commend the Most Honourable Prime Minister for his exceptional leadership.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, though it is good for everyone to be intrinsically motivated, as John Donne wrote against isolationism, no man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. No one is truly self-sufficient, Madam Speaker. Everyone must rely on the company, comfort of others, and be a part of a community or a group in order to thrive. Madam Speaker, I am extremely grateful for the support of my 4 councillors. His Worship the Mayor, Councillor Sidney Stewart, Councillor Carlton Ricketts, Councillor Kim Brown Lawrence, and Councillor Winston Lawrence, and I thank them for their hard work and dedication. I also take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank the management team, executive members, party workers, office staff, and other support in Centre and Northwestern who worked hard in ensuring victory at the polls on the September 3, 2020 election. This team allowed a margin of 2,038 votes above that of my opponent, the former Member of Parliament. To my family, friends, current and former bosses, as well as well-wishers that have encouraged me continuously, have stood by me and kept me in their prayers, you are truly appreciated. Madam Speaker, it would be very remiss of me not to acknowledge those who have gone ahead of me and left an indelible mark on my life. I pay great respect to my father and mother for instilling good values and for their virtuous teachings while they were here in the land of the living. Madam Speaker, I would also like to pay respects at this time to the late Honorable Shahini Robinson and Tyrone Robinson, who have also left a positive mark in my life towards this purpose of service. I would like to thank my colleagues in St. Mary, including the Member of Parliament of St. Mary Western, and all the constituents of the Retreat Division for the opportunity to have worked with them, served them, for their trust, love and support, where I served as councillor for 3 years before transitioning to my current role as Member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, this is not your first time being the Speaker of the House. However, it is the first time we have had both the Speaker and Deputy Speaker being females serving at the same time. That's true. It is the first time, along with our female whip or clerk of the House and other staff members, providing leadership in this honourable House. I am honoured to be a part of the 18 Women Strong, which for the first time in history now seated in the House of Representatives at the same time. I would like to take this opportunity to encourage more women. To join in the representation of our people and service to the nation. We are at 28.6%, just shy of the 30% as stipulated in the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action 1995. Madam Speaker, I thank all my colleagues seated in this honourable House and all staff members for their warm welcome and support as a first-time Member of Parliament. To my good people of Centre and Northwestern, the greatest constituency in Jamaica, I thank you wholeheartedly for the opportunity to serve you. In spite of the challenging times that we are facing, together we shall overcome and continue to build our constituency towards greatness. Though we are traversing through the stormy weather, let us be grateful to God for all the achievements and the provisions He has made for us throughout the past year across our beautiful constituency. Madam Speaker, Brownstown remains one of the most historical and popular major towns in St. Anne. It is the educational capital of the parish, with 3 prominent and distinguished high schools and 1 tertiary level institution. It is the closest town for over 80 communities. If the people of Southwest St. Anne and Stewart Town in Trelawney wishes to conduct business at the bank, the tax office or other entities, they all come into Brownstown. Based on data, we have over 3,000 persons commuting through the town on a daily basis. Madam Speaker, I doubt that there is a busier town in the rural space on Grand Market night. For years, this town has been congested with limited parking, long waiting for persons who want to conduct business in the town or just to pass through to go to other areas. The town is in serious need of proper town planning and development. We have been working collaboratively to solve the issues and concerns of the town. I want to thank the Minister of Local Government and Community Development for assisting us thus far. However, we are also seeking his intervention in addressing this traffic congestion. We thank him once again for the rehabilitation of the Brownstown Market. The first phase has been completed and the second phase of repainting will begin soon. A total of $21 million has already been spent on this improvement now underway. Acknowledging the significance of the town to our people and the rich heritage, the Minister and his team has selected the town of Brownstown as the first of his Paint the City project in the rural space. Approximately 17 million will be spent on the beautification of the town. This will include reconstruction of parking lots and sidewalks, painting of the town, and creation of murals. Murals will be of persons from the parish and organizations that are in St. Ann that have made a significant impact in the lives of others, either by way of achievements or purpose set based on the entity they provided service through or individual contribution. Selected murals confirmed so far will be of the Honorable Marcus Messiah Garvey, Robert Nestor Marley, Grace Jackson Small, Dion Hemmings, Burning Spear, Romain Virgo, Shabarangs, Busy Signal, the Minard Great House, the Old York Castle School, and the St. Mark's Anglican Church. So, Madam Speaker, when you're driving downtown in Brownstown, on your right, beginning from the Anglican Church wall, almost to when you reach the NCB, you will have an eyeful of personalities and history of St. Ann. It's going to be beautiful. Madam Speaker, we have invited the Chairman and Deputy Chair of Factories Corporation to walk the town with us in a view to assist with resolving the long-standing issue of parking. The St. Ann Municipal Corporation is to send a proposal to them for the build-out of a 2- or 3-level paid parking at the centre of the town. Madam Speaker, I have rehabilitated the Pound Hill Road to alleviate traffic coming into the town. And I wish to further advise this Honourable House that there is a study being undertaken to look at diverting the traffic, creating a bypass in a sense from the town for those going to Alexandria or Trelawney without entering the town should they have no reason for going there. Madam Speaker, one of the major concerns of our people in Central and Northwestern has been the shortage and lack of piped and potable water. I realize that over 60% of our communities are affected by this grave issue. Madam Speaker, I have been working assiduously along with my councillors, the National Water Commission, Rural Water Supply, and the St. Ann Municipal Corporation with an aim to resolve this long-standing issue. I am pleased to announce that the focused, hard, and smart work of my team and I has begun to bear fruit. Residents in Liberty Gardens, Dover, Bel Air Meadows, and Dunbarton have seen an improvement of their water supply due to an upgrade of the relief pump at Rosemount. Further improvements of the Rosemount facilities are to be done to provide an improved and reliable water supply to over 2,000 individuals in the areas of Discovery Bay, Bridgewater, and Primrose Hill. Also to benefit from water for the first time from this upgrade are the communities of Helicon, Hopewell Bottom, and Commando. Madam Speaker, through work done by the National Water Commission, our people of Uphill Dunbarton now have piped water. They have been without this precious commodity for over 80 years. The Queen Height Water System, which is a collaborative project between the National Water Commission and Rural Water Supply, is well underway as redrilling of the well has been successfully completed. The application for the abstraction of additional water has been sent off to the Water Resources Authority, while the designs of the pumping station, pipelines, and storage tanks are being done. Madam Speaker, this project is estimated to cost approximately $450 million and will benefit over 7,000 residents across the communities of Queen Height, Content, Keith, Lawrence Park, Home Castle, Retirement, Flamstead, Brown Peace, and Adna Grass. I would like to thank the ministers who have assisted in making this project possible thus far. Minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with responsibility of water, Minister of Local Government and Community Development, and State Minister in the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Madam Speaker, the community of Tickets, where close to 2,000 of my constituents live, has been without pipe water for decades. I am pleased and thankful that the Tickets Water System project is currently being worked on by the Rural Water Supply and is slated to be completed by the end of this financial year. We are connecting citizens to a critical service, Madam Speaker, and thereby improving the lives of thousands of citizens. Madam Speaker, the Minot water system is currently under phase 1 of its upgrade. New pumps and motors have been procured for both the well and the lift station. This is to make the system more reliable and produce more water to better serve the existing communities already on the system. This project is estimated to cost approximately $150 million. Madam Speaker, approximately 4 kilometers of pipeline is being purchased to extend supply from the Minot water system to the areas of Enfield and Retreat. This project will impact the lives of approximately 1,500 constituents. Phase 2 of the Minot water system upgrade is slated for the next financial year, pending availability of funding. Madam Speaker, this will entail the replacement of the old and leaking transmission main from Minot to Brownstown, which will see the saving of water being lost through leakage. This water can then be harnessed to send to other areas such as Philadelphia, Knapdale, and the rest of Orange Hill once completed.
That's right.
It is estimated that this pipeline replacement will cost approximately $400 million. Through strong advocacy, Rural Water Supply has agreed to facilitate in next year's budget the rehabilitation of the Freehill water system to the tune of $45 million. This is a community that no longer has piped water, and this rehabilitation work, when completed, will benefit over 1,900 constituents. Madam Speaker, investigations are underway to supply the community of Mount Ararat and Mines with piped water, restore water to the community of Old Road, and install a tank at Mount Zion. Madam Speaker, through funding from the Caribbean Development Bank, the Green Park to Bamboo Water System project is in its preliminary design stage and estimated to cost approximately $685 million. The project was listed to end in Bamboo, but through our advocacy, the project will be extended to the communities of Kimo, Clayground, Lilyfield, and Homestead. Madam Speaker, it is stated that the detailed designs will be completed by the end of December this year, after which we anticipate that the procurement process should begin in very short order. It is anticipated that over 25,000 residents across the parish will be impacted positively by this project, and as such, I would like to thank our hard-working and efficient Minister of Finance and hope that there will be no delays in this project. Madam Speaker, it's about time the good people of Central and Northwestern enjoy safe and reliable supply of water within the comfort of their homes.
Madam Speaker, may I ask that the members be allowed sufficient time to complete our presentation?
Madam Speaker and colleagues. Madam Speaker, the need for proper road and drainage infrastructural development is a major issue in Central and Northwestern. I have taken over with extremely poor road conditions, rough, crater-looking and pothole-riddled road surfaces. In some cases, inadequate retaining wall structures, blocked and/or neglected drains, and also no drains where they are clearly needed. As much as I wish, Madam Speaker, that I could fix them all at once, the reality is that it's a process that leads to positive incremental achievements because we're working hard at it. But it will take some time to fulfill our vision. Madam Speaker, we have spent over $54 million on rehabilitation of the Back Hampstead Roadway, Pound Hill Road, sections of Lilyfield, Hampstead to Mount Ararat, sections of Cardiff Hall to Tripoli, sections of Adnagrass, and also major drain implementation at Aberdeen. We have completed approximately $46 million of patching across the constituency on major roadways.
That's right.
Madam Speaker, the reality of our road management process is...
Be quiet and listen. You might learn something. Be quiet and listen.
Madam Speaker, The reality of our road management process is that we are unable to fully maintain the major roadways with the level of frequency required, thereby enabling them to last longer. This may be primarily due to financial constraints. But looking closely into the matter, Madam Speaker, quarterly patching on our major roadways across the constituency really does not last. Though it helps to make the roads more drivable, and by providing temporary relief. If we patch a few holes today, within a few days, new potholes begin to pop up. I am hoping that in the near future, when we're fully back on track, that we will be able to have another road program targeted at developing major roadways in rural constituencies. This is the struggle even with the popular Runaway Bay to Brownstone route, Madam Speaker. The issue exists on all other major roads as well across the constituency. Madam Speaker, in spite of these challenges, we have a hard-working, responsive, and result-driven minister without portfolio in the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation with the responsibility of works. We are pleased and thankful that he has responded positively to our request to rehabilitate the Runaway Bay to Brownstone roadway. The project is estimated at a cost of approximately $300 million and will be done in 2 phases. In addition to this project, Madam Speaker, $37 million is estimated to rehabilitate sections of Back Salem, Islington to Bengal, and Hampton roadways. The long-standing issue for over 15 years of the flooding of the roadway once it rains at the library in Bamboo has been approved to be fixed for over $9 million. Madam Speaker, rehabilitation work at an estimated $20 million to fix the tearaway on the Prairie to Bamboo Road at Sleepy Hollow has been approved pending funding. This project will entail river training.
Work. Yes, you must represent your people.
This project will entail river training and building of gabion baskets to support the road.
Yes.
The people of Lewis have been waiting for many years for improved road conditions. They are elated, Madam Speaker, when they learned of the upcoming road project to be undertaken soon, estimated at a shade below $41 million. Madam Speaker, this is the kind of servant leadership our good people of Central Northwestern deserves. Caring, responsive, and result-driven.
That's right, that's right.
Let the work.
That's right. That's right. It's a teaching moment.
Let the work speak for itself.
Amen.
Madam Speaker, we have submitted a request for the implementation of 2 stoplights in Discovery Bay. One at the busy crossroad at the Total Service Station, and the other where the turning is at the Discovery Bay Primary High and Primary School.
So approved.
We are hopeful that we will be able to get some positive feedback soon on this matter. Madam Speaker, I am a proud product of the St. Hilda's Diocesan High School located in Brownstone. And by larger extent, the Region 3 of Trailblazers. Madam Speaker, all 23 public educational institutions in the constituency were successfully reopened for the school year and stand by ready for reopening when allowed. Madam Speaker, we are grateful to e-Learning Jamaica Limited for the distribution of 496 tablets to students on path from grades 4 to 6, as well as 172 laptops to select students on path from grades 10 to 13. We have given out an additional 80 tablets through the Constituency Development Fund and 60 through sponsorship, including from donors in the diaspora from New York. These were distributed to needy students who were not on path but had a need for a tablet. Madam Speaker, although many students have received tablets through the various stakeholder groups, there are still many students and teachers that are without a device to access teaching and learning in their online environment. And so we continue to work towards satisfying the shortfall. Madam Speaker, Nelson Mandela is often quoted on the importance of education, that he said, "Education is a great engine of personal development. It is through education that the daughter of a peasant can become a doctor, the son of a mine worker can become the head of a mine, that a child of a farm worker can become the president of a great nation." Madam Speaker, we place great emphasis and focus on education in our constituency. 110 tertiary students benefited from tuition grants. We believe we can foster more leadership and national contribution to our nation through these initiatives. Madam Speaker, like many other rural constituencies, we too are facing internet connectivity issues. However, we are thankful for a government that is serious about results and taking action towards resolving the issues that affect our people. And therefore, we welcome the initiatives brought forward by the Minister of Science, Energy and Technology and his team, namely the National Broadband Project, increase of internet connections in schools, and the expansion of public Wi-Fi in communities. The Wi-Fi hotspot at the Bamboo Primary has been completed and online. Many of our students are now benefiting from this initiative. The Mount Zion and Brownstown hotspots will be followed within a few months. Madam Speaker, though we have 4 high schools in Central and Northwestern, and despite the measures to facilitate students between the ages of 12 to 18 years old, many students travel to schools outside of the constituency, which further compounds access to education. As many of these families, Madam Speaker, they are unable to afford 5 days travel expenses, lunch and other expenses. Therefore, the need for an additional high school in the constituency is paramount to its educational advancement and success. Madam Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Minister of Education, Youth and Information for visiting our constituency a few months ago. We were able to share with her firsthand some of our issues. The Discovery Bay High School started in 2019 and is faced with huge space deficits. They have not been able to identify and locate suitable land in the Discovery Bay area for the building out of a modern school facility. As a result, the school board is proposing to look at available land in Minard. This matter is to be further explored. In the interim, the school is in dire need of additional classrooms, which can be accommodated in the current location. Within 3 years since the starting of the school, it has grown from 25 students initially placed there to 313 students, which are now spread across grades 7 to 9. Madam Speaker, the Brownstown High School operates a shift system with almost 2,000 students on roll. The school has been advocating for several years to be removed from the shift system to provide better opportunities to students in how they access the curriculum. There is available land which could aid in the building out of 16 additional rooms comprising of 14 classrooms and 2 multipurpose laboratories and storage facilities to accommodate the students on a single shift. The school is also in need of support to complete its auditorium for holding at least 1,200 students for examinations and other purposes. We are looking forward to working with the Minister of Education, Youth and Information and the able team at the Ministry of Education to finalize the details on this project in the very near future. Madam Speaker, this school has such an excellent skills program to include furniture making. This school is a supplier of desks and chairs to the Ministry of Education and supply as far as Westmoreland. Madam Speaker, we believe that if we can address the issues at the early childhood level, then we will be able to address the issues that further compound successful performance at the primary level. The Brownstown Infant School has not been able to receive certification from the Early Childhood Commission because of the space constraints. There is a need for additional classrooms and sanitary conveniences. We have committed through the CDF to assist with the development of 2 classrooms. We will be working alongside Mayor Stewart in the upcoming financial year to expand classrooms at the Lewis, Mines, and Lilyfield Basic Schools. Through advocacy and representation, the Muir House Primary's multipurpose court and infant department's play area will be rehabilitated by the Jamaica Bauxite Institute as part of their 45th anniversary project, a value of approximately $4.5 million. thank the Minister of Transport and Mining and the team at JBI for considering this institution, which is situated in part of the most rural area of the constituency, where bauxite mining has taken place. This is truly an example of the commitment of the government to the Life After Bauxite initiative being undertaken at the JBI to ensure improved quality of life. Madam Speaker, we are passionate about the empowerment of our people through skills and education. Though COVID-19 restrictions have impacted training and assessment as well as job placements, we continue to work with the Heart Trust NTA and other partners such as the SDC to impact as many lives as possible. We have had 125 constituents benefiting from the on-spot assessment and certification drive held in February 2021. The high school diploma equivalency program process has started at Addison Park in Brownstown. Our allied healthcare nursing certification course has started last month at the Brownstown Community College with 50 students. Our constituents continue to benefit from the programs being offered at the Heart Trust NTA. We would like to thank the Minister of Labour and Social Security for ensuring that the farm work program continues during these challenging times. We look forward to approximately 40 families benefiting from this program and soon to come an additional 70, including what the councillors would be given. Madam Speaker, we are working towards partnership with the SDC, Heart Trust NTA, the tourism sector and other stakeholders to conduct job fairs across the constituency. Madam Speaker, also to create employment for our people, a study is currently being done to identify suitable areas for BPO investments. Madam Speaker, the battle with the COVID-19 virus continues. We continue to push for the vaccination drive to protect the lives of our people. I want to add, Madam Speaker, that I took the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and as you can see, I'm still thick and strong. I contracted the virus in February of this year, and so I was unable to take the vaccine at the time when it was being offered to parliamentarians. But I took the vaccine at the soonest possible time when I was deemed fit to take it. I thought to myself that I would never want to experience another episode of this virus without being vaccinated, especially if it's a variant. Who feels it knows it. So I'll continue to encourage everyone. We must do what we have to do and get vaccinated. Madam Speaker, the Brownstown Health Centre will be fully rehabilitated in short order. The structure will be demolished completely and a larger building with 2 floors to accommodate more parking, additional service to include lab services, and more space for clients will be built. The procurement process for equipment has already started for this new health centre. Facilities are being sought to temporarily relocate the health services to close by the health centre. So very soon this will be a significant and valuable addition to part of the reformation of Brownstown. Madam Speaker, our existing health centre at Runaway Bay is inadequate for the population it serves. A request letter was sent to the Health Authority for the build-out of a new health centre on the lands identified at a prime location in Runaway Bay several years ago. Madam Speaker, it was confirmed that this project will be undertaken in the near future. A similar issue exists of space constraints at the Bamboo Health Centre. We will be submitting a proposal for the expansion of this health centre in the upcoming year. Madam Speaker, many thanks to the Minister of Health and Wellness and the Northeast Regional Health Authority. I must say that positive things are happening despite the challenges. Madam Speaker, we continue to make strident representation for more housing development within the constituency to better accommodate our growing population. We are working with the National Housing Trust, the Housing Agency of Jamaica, the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation, and private entities to fulfill this mandate. Madam Speaker, slated to begin in just a few weeks is the Savannah Housing Project in Bel Air, which is phase 2 of the Vistas. This is a collaborative effort between the HAJ and a private developer. The entities are currently awaiting approval from the St. Ann Municipal Corporation to begin construction and is projected to be completed by October 2022. A total of 150 housing units, Madam Speaker, for our low to middle income earners, including our tourism workers, would be built. Madam Speaker, the Minad Estate Housing Development Project, which is being done by the NHT, is currently in the conceptual phase and is targeted at building 650 housing solutions. The engineering drawings are being reviewed. Assuming no delays in the program implementation, likely construction start date is July 2022. What we see happening in some areas of our constituency, Madam Speaker, is that since the water and road projects are underway, this has even now spurred several private landowners to now fast-track their plans of developing housing solutions. Madam Speaker, I would like to say many thanks to the Minister of Housing, Urban Renewal, Environment and Climate Change, who toured with us a few months ago. Minister has committed to our people who reside in the communities that are past housing projects of the HAJ that as soon as funding is identified, works will be done to alleviate the woes they are being faced with, such as deplorable road conditions, poor drainage and sewage system. Madam Speaker, my constituents of Mount Edgecombe, Bel Air and Seacrest have worked hard and invested in their properties and are looking forward to travel to and from the safety of their homes in comfort. We are looking forward for these developments to meet the requirements to be handed over to the municipal corporation so that they can be maintained on a more frequent basis. Madam Speaker, we are also working with the Minister and relevant agencies to explore how we can develop and formalize informal settlements across the constituency. It's not just talk, Madam Speaker. We have gotten a commitment from the owners of the Richmond Development Company Limited to give titles to those persons settling on the agreed portion of their land in Lewis. The same developers have also committed to build in the community of Lewis a homework center to be outfitted with computers, a library, and 2 classrooms. This project has already broken ground to establish this key community infrastructure. Yeah. Madam Speaker, our constituency has a lot of unoccupied lands owned by the government entities. A lot of these are prime lands, and some are being occupied by informal settlers. We are currently doing an assessment, Madam Speaker, to look at the ownership of these lands and then carve out a proposal for what can be done with them in terms of development. Madam Speaker, the success of this process can lead to more housing development, more land for agricultural purposes, and for commercial and business use. Madam Speaker, I believe other constituencies are also facing a similar situation, and therefore I'm calling on us as a government to look at an overall policy to deal with the unoccupied government-owned lands across our country. Madam Speaker, our constituency has 7 hotels, numerous guest houses and villas, 7 tours and attractions, and many beautiful beaches. We have several future hotel developments underway. Approximately 40% of our workforce are employed to the tourism industry. Madam Speaker, we appreciate the employment provided by these entities. However, we are asking that first consideration be given to persons that reside in the constituency. Madam Speaker, I would like to commend and thank the Minister of Tourism for his insight and plans currently being worked on for the tourism pension scheme, which will be of great benefit to our tourism workers. Madam Speaker, we have been engaged in the Tourism Product Development Company and Tourism Enhancement Fund to further develop and market our tourism. The Minad Estate Farm Project is one of these initiatives that is being undertaken, Madam Speaker, and we are working with the Agro Investment Corporation to make it a reality. The first draft of the concept document has been done by TPDCO for this project, and it has been assessed. Madam Speaker, the concept document so far sees some of the approximately 1,700 acres of underutilized land at Minad in the future, with a farm study tour, cycling and jogging trail, leisure farming, fruit and vegetable picking, venue rental, gifts and souvenir shop, restaurant and bar, fishing ponds, farmers market, meet the farmer store, farm food tour, and an agri-heritage museum. Minad is expected to continue to do extensive research in cattle breeding, and we are also looking at opportunities for agro-processing. Great produce and husbandry has come out of this space in the past, Madam Speaker, and we wish to reignite this heritage. Madam Speaker, the expected impact of this project is to increase foreign exchange earnings to further agricultural research of the Agro-Investment Corporation, increase contribution to the retention of the tourism dollar in Jamaica, and linkage between the two productive sectors, agriculture and tourism, increase diversity of Jamaica's tourism product, increase tourism benefit to our local communities, and increase heritage protection, promotion, and preservation. Madam Speaker, I have written to the Minister of Tourism with a request to develop the Flavors and Discovery Bay beaches. The response so far sounds hopeful. As soon as I was told recently that as TEF is awaiting written approvals to now begin the preliminary designs for the development of the Flavors Beach in Runaway Bay.
Hear, hear. Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, Runaway Bay is one of the fastest growing towns in the constituency, and I am looking forward to having discussions with the relevant entities in regards to structured and proper town planning. Our beautiful constituency is an agrarian region with a large percentage of its population being directly or indirectly involved in agriculture. The challenges of water shortage, poor road conditions, access to arable farmland, and high input costs is not foreign to the farmers. However, we have sought to provide intervention on these issues, Madam Speaker. We have selected 10 farm households and provided them with a startup program, including an irrigation system, planting material, and training for about 30 farmers. Throughout the constituency, numerous farm families have received a number of inputs for both livestock and crop production. So far, we have exhausted over $1 million on these initiatives. We are currently in the process of handing out 29 additional water tanks. Through RADA and the Ministry of Agriculture, the rehabilitation of sections of the farm road in Touchfield has started last week. We have submitted other farm road projects for rehabilitation, such as Keat, Mount Zion to Landover Mountain, and Muir House. These roads should be rolled out in several phases, and we would like to thank the then Minister of Agriculture, the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth, and the Ministry of Agriculture for the improved access to income factored with this upgrade. Madam Speaker, our constituency boasts diverse areas of employment. Our fishermen of Salem, Discovery Bay, Swallow Hole in Runaway Bay, and Old Folly have been working hard and supplying our constituents for many years with fresh catch fish and more. Madam Speaker, our fisher folks too have felt the impact of heavy rains and the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we are thankful that we were in a position to assist 34 of our fishermen with fishing equipment. Many thanks again to the Fisheries Department and the member from Southwest St. Elizabeth. The working conditions for our fisher folk are in need of improvement, Madam Speaker, and this we will be focusing on in the upcoming year. We will engage the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries and also explore support from private entities to assist with these developments. Madam Speaker, though COVID-19 has hampered our sporting activities and competitions, we are on the drive to build back stronger. Yes. Hence, we are in full swing with our plans to rehabilitate and develop Addison Park, Discovery Bay, Farmtown, and Mine sporting facilities to bring back greater sporting and social enrichment to these communities and environs. We are seeking the support of our sports agencies as well as private contributors affiliated with our constituencies. Funds have been identified through the JBI and the Spruce Up Jamaica Pond the Corner program for the development of the multipurpose courts at Addison Park and Discovery Bay. These two projects are expected to start very soon. The cricket pitch at Addison Park has been recently rehabilitated. Many thanks to the hard work of the Addison Park Sporting Facility Management team for seeing this initiative through. Madam Speaker, we are aiming to fully develop Addison Park to go back to when there were coaching clinics in football, netball, athletics, and cricket. Coming out of these coaching clinics and activities, potential athletes would be identified to represent at a national and international level. Based on the geographical location, we will be able to host national events with additional parking. Madam Speaker, we are looking forward to reviving the night football and other competitions to strengthen the youth clubs across the constituency. And I know, Madam Speaker, that the Standfast Backstreet Football Club, the Goshen United, the Tri-City Invaders, the Liberty LV Milan and the Orange Hill Football Club, and many others are getting themselves ready for competition. The Farmtown playing field is currently being fenced in the first phase, and we will be developing the community center in the second phase. Madam Speaker, I believe we are doing a sensitive, responsive set of activities in balancing the scale of development and social welfare. I am proud to be a part of a government that cares. Over 2,000 care packages were distributed, 160 individuals received housing assistance, and we continue to help our most vulnerable with medical assistance and funeral grants. Madam Speaker, had it not been for the blessing on our nation with a government and leadership at this time that is stable and genuine, leadership that is sensitive and sharp, exercises good vision, strategic and able planning, focused and concentrating on adequate responses, commitments, not promises, and that truly cares for the people of our nation, we would not have accomplished this much in such a little time. Madam Speaker and colleagues, I have given a synopsis of several ongoing social, cultural, and economic initiatives undertaken in 1 year in Central and Northwestern, where I've been granted an opportunity to serve.
You are there to stay.
Constituents, I believe, are very appreciative of the improvement to their quality of life, as more have water in their pipes, improved connectivity by Wi-Fi, and road resurfacing, improvement for our fisher folk, and housing projects underway, and titling being finalized. They are engaged in the planning of several development projects to improve their living. A key component is that they have been engaged and is in the process seeing results, responses to their expressed and observed needs.
That's right.
We anticipate a clear and distinct difference, Madam Speaker, during this first term.
Hear, hear.
This is a result of efficient teamwork, a responsive front bench to those of us here in the back bench, and also supportive government officers that will allow us to build and maintain a stronger economic environment and safe, productive communities. I thank you and the members of this Honourable House for the opportunity to contribute to this State of the Constituency presentations.
Articulate, well written, well substance.
That's right. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the member from St. Anne Northwest for her contribution. And at this time, I will be asking for the suspension of the constituency debate. And tomorrow, we will be having MPs Franklin Witter, Maurice Guy, and Philip Enriquez. So we ask for the suspension until tomorrow, the 27th, Madam Speaker.
Question before the House is that the State of the Constituency debate be suspended until tomorrow, Wednesday, when other members of Parliament will contribute. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, this time we are going to conclude the debate on the Emergency Powers Act, and the Leader of the Opposition will make a contribution.
Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise to make a contribution to the bill shortly entitled the Emergency Powers Amendment Act 2021. A short bill, but nevertheless a significant bill. By way of background, Madam Speaker, the Minister of National Security, in his presentation in this debate last week, said that both the government and the opposition agree, and I quote, that there are circumstances in which the use of emergency security response would be appropriate and necessary. End of quote. Indeed, Madam Speaker, that is so. However, it really tells us very little. All of us with seats in this House are sworn to uphold and defend the Constitution of Jamaica, and that is the crux of the matter. The opposition does not support the use of states of emergency, which would be in violation of the Constitution. The Minister of National Security also said that it had been agreed by the government and the opposition that we, and I quote, will support the use of the military as permitted by law in geographic areas where the homicide rate is above 32 per 100,000. Again, Madam Speaker, that is so. However, the use of the military, the JDF, in support of the police has long been provided for in ordinary legislation and has been common practice for many years, especially where there are flare-ups of violence in volatile communities. This does not require states of emergency, and that has been most recently demonstrated by the 2017 Act that provides for zones of special operations. The key words in the quote from the minister's statement are, as permitted by law. Again, the Constitution of Jamaica is the supreme law of this land, and any use of states of emergency must be in compliance with the Constitution if it is to be supportable by the opposition and sustainable against judicial challenge. I turn to the bill itself. And Madam Speaker, I do have some concerns, you could describe them as fundamental concerns, about the bill that is before the House. Firstly, the constitutional validity of the government's use of states of emergency as a form of enhanced security measures to deal with high levels of violent crime in the period from 2017 to mid-2020 is being tested in the courts. The government has appealed a Supreme Court decision that essentially declared that the use of the state of emergency device in that way is unconstitutional. And the government has not attempted to impose any states of emergency since that court ruling. As I've said, it is being appealed now to the Court of Appeal. The regulations made under the Emergency Powers Act are very much intertwined and impacted by that litigation. The regulations are what governs states of emergency, including the powers of detention without charge for extended periods, seizure of property, search without warrants, and so on. We await the decision of the Court of Appeal on that fundamental matter. There is also another case before the court, this one challenging the constitutionality of the state of emergency in St. James. That case has not yet been heard, but is scheduled to be heard in the Constitutional Court over 3 days in mid-December. Madam Speaker, in that context, I'm very concerned that the government has brought this bill to Parliament at a time when the constitutionality of the use of states of emergency in that way remains in serious doubt. In my view, this course of action shows a lack of respect for the separation of powers and the role of the judiciary as guardian of the Constitution. The matter of the constitutionality of the use of states of emergency as a crime-fighting tool is fundamentally intertwined with the regulations made under the Emergency Powers Act, and that is squarely before the courts at this time. Parliament should first see what the Court of Appeal has to say about this important matter, and indeed what the Constitutional Court has to say about it in the other case I referred to. To be amending the Emergency Powers Act now, an enactment which is integral to and will be impacted by the court challenge to the government's use of the state of emergency is, in my opinion, premature and presumptuous. This Parliament, being the legislative branch of the state, should await the ruling of the courts on the constitutionality of this use of the states of emergency and the regulations under the Emergency Powers Act, which give effect to that, which is pending and unresolved. We recall the first NIDS Act, which was struck down in its entirety by the Constitutional Court. An entirely new NIDS bill had to be developed and has recently been passed. Surely there is a lesson to be learned from that episode, which wasted a lot of time, about the need to respect the principle of separation of powers and the importance of taking care not to enact legislation which violates constitutional rights. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the Emergency Powers Act was enacted in the colonial era in 1938, when World War II was imminent. There's another piece of legislation, the Emergency Public Security Act, which was enacted shortly thereafter in 1939 to deal with wartime situations when Jamaica is at war with a foreign power. When the Charter of Rights was enacted in 2011, the Emergency Powers Act and the Emergency Public Security Act were overlooked. This is manifest by the fact that the 2011 amendments to the Constitution to implement the Charter of Rights failed to address the Emergency Powers Act or the Emergency Public Security Act. In my view, the Emergency Powers Act should not be amended, but should be repealed and replaced by a modern act which takes into account the Constitution of Jamaica and, in particular, the Charter of Rights. However, this bill is a mere tinkering, piecemeal exercise, save in one important respect, which I'll get to. It merely seeks to make amendments to the Emergency Powers Act to correct various referential errors which arose when the 2011 amendment to the Constitution replaced the old Chapter 3 with the new Charter of Rights. Thirdly, Madam Speaker, the bill increases the maximum fine for a breach of the regulations under the Emergency Powers Act from $200 to $1 million. That increase may be justified on grounds of extensive inflation over a long period of time. However, I do not agree with the increase in the minimum period of imprisonment by 400% from 3 months to 1 year. No relevant reason for this increase is given in the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons attached to the bill. Neither the Minister of Justice, who piloted the bill, nor the Minister of National Security, who made a presentation on it, even mentioned this, much less provided any justification for it in their speeches to the House on the bill last week. Indeed, the Minister of Justice only said that the penalty provisions in the Emergency Powers Act was also amended, as you will see in Clause 3 of the bill. A new provision has been included to give the relevant minister power to change the penalties by order subject to affirmative resolution. That latter aspect of it only refers to the fine. Madam Speaker, the nature of the offences created by the state of emergency regulations under the Emergency Powers Act cannot justify long-term imprisonment. The context is one where persons are detained by security forces and held without charge, sometimes for many months. Indeed, it is that extended detention without charge or trial that led to the challenge brought by the men who won their case in the Supreme Court and which is being appealed by the government. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, the context of this debate is that the state of emergency regulations provide a mechanism for extended detention without charge. This is an area where there is ample scope and opportunity for the abuse of citizens' basic and fundamental rights. In that context, any increase in the maximum term of imprisonment for conviction upon trial for a breach of the regulations must be demonstrably justified, and no such justification has been preferred by the government in the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons or in the presentations made in support of the bill. So, Madam Speaker, for these reasons, I do not support the passage of this bill. I would add that there is also one technical point which I wish to bring to the House's attention, and it relates to Clause 2(b)(2) of the bill, which would remove the reference to public emergency from the definition of proclamation in the Emergency Powers Act. I do not think that is correct. Proclamations under Section 20 of the Constitution apply to periods of public emergency and not just states' periods of public disaster. And in this regard, look at paragraph B of the definition of period of public emergency in Section 20, subsection 1 of the Constitution. I do not think it's correct to remove the reference to public emergency from the definition of proclamation in the Emergency Powers Act because of that. Madam Speaker, by way of an afterthought, the debate on this bill necessarily involves discussion of constitutional matters. It is worth noting that our sister island in the CARICOM, Barbados, has recently taken the required steps to repatriate their sovereignty by establishing a Barbadian as their head of state and first president. That was a bipartisan exercise concluded in a timely manner from start to finish through cooperation between the government and opposition in Barbados. I wish to commend them for it. We in Jamaica should follow now, right away and without delay. The establishment of a non-executive president as our head of state in replacement of the English monarch was agreed by both major political parties over a decade ago. Surely, Madam Speaker, we can work together to take the required constitutional steps to make this happen in the year coming, which is the nation's 60th anniversary year. Prime Minister, let us move forward with this now. With a common fixity of purpose, time come. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, let me first of all thank the Deputy Prime Minister who spoke last week, and also to thank the member, the Leader of the Opposition, who made his contribution, and I was, admit, Madam Speaker, a bit disappointed that much of what he has said clearly is not only not relevant to the minor amendment remedy, but with due respect, Leader of the Opposition, you have completely misinterpreted the case of Douglas, that where Justice Bertram Morrison emphatically said that he cannot rule on the constitutionality of the state of emergency because only a tribunal of 3 can consider the constitutional. And he said it, to be exact, I think it was clause 39 of his judgment, paragraph 39 of his judgment. So he made it very clear that he was not dealing with the constitutionality of the SOE. He then went on to say that the detention of the persons under the emergency regulations must be justified. And he never felt that there was enough justification for those persons who were before him, and that is why he released them. So that, with due respect, Leader of the Opposition, you're wrong on both counts. He never said it was, he never ruled on constitutionality of the SOE. He never ruled on the opportunity to detain persons under the emergency regulations, because he says that his ruling had to do whether or not the state had provided justification. The truth of the matter, Leader of the Opposition, is that this bill, the only thing I will agree with you, needs to be completely repealed and a new bill put in place, because the truth of the matter is that it is quite old. And I did intimate that we are looking at various legislation to put a new bill in place. And in fact, I have been studying the latest bill out of the UK, which deals with these emergency regulations. It's actually known as the, give me a second. Wait. It's a new bill that repealed the emergency powers in the UK, and a new bill was put in its place. So that is something that the law reform is actually looking at. Leader of the opposition, this was a simple adjustment to change Section 26, which was before the Charter of Rights, to introduce Section 20, which is consistent with the Charter of Rights. With respect to the penalty, we are going on a consistency basis. If we say 1 million, and you wouldn't disagree that the 1 million was consistent with the DRMA penalty. And across the board, $1 million is about 3 months. So the 3 months is consistent with 1 million. 2 million, 6 months, right? 5 million, maybe 2 years. No, I said, but how it is in many of these bills, we use 3 months or 1 million. There are some, I admit, where it is 6 months or 1 million, but that is for consistency. So I would urge the opposition that these are just minor changes. I don't agree with you with the proclamation that the change to include the change to public disaster is just to ensure that not only public emergency, but public disaster. So nothing is wrong with that change. So with those remarks, I'd ask the opposition and the members to support these changes. And in those circumstances, Madam Speaker, I ask a second reading.
Madam Speaker, just a brief intervention. Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has said definitively that the opposition does not support the use of SOEs. You're adding that qualification, but previously...
Madam Speaker,
I'm still on my feet.
On a point of order, the Prime Minister is mischaracterizing what I said. I said it quite clearly. The opposition does not support the use of states of emergency which violate the Constitution. If states of emergency are being used in accordance with the Constitution, we have no legal objection to that. So I think that point should be not mischaracterized, please, Prime Minister.
So, Madam Speaker, I'm happy for the clarification because previously there was no ruling in any form that said that the SOEs were unconstitutional. And even now, even with the matter before the court, as clarified by the Minister, that there is no such ruling. So I'm just trying to understand what your policy is. Nevertheless, it is the government that makes policy. Absolutely. And the government Madam Speaker, has a duty to protect the Constitution as well. Yeah. And if in the execution of that duty we see anything that could suggest a breach of the Constitution or an imperfection in the law, it is our duty. We shouldn't have to wait on a court to tell us. It is our duty to act in the defense and protection of the people's right and the Constitution. Madam Speaker, it has been several months since the pronouncement by the courts, and the government has waited out of respect for the process. But, Madam Speaker, the convenience that is afforded to the opposition is not afforded to the government. The nation is in the grips of a crime epidemic. And though the SOEs may be imperfect tools, they have, in their usage, accounted for significant reduction in murders. To put another way, Madam Speaker, the SOEs have saved lives. Madam Speaker, there is not one person that has died whose death could be attributed to the implementation of the SOEs. Not one. And Madam Speaker, whilst I listen very carefully to the beautiful speaking of the leader of the opposition, the duty of the government is to protect the citizens of this country. And Madam Speaker, some point someone has to stand up and say the victims count, the victims matter, and that we must move with speed and alacrity to put in place the legislative framework to enable our security forces to bring this murder pandemic under control. At some point, we can't be tippy-toeing around the legal issues and the niceties. We have to confront the issues. And if it requires us bringing legislation to ensure that we are acting without question within the Constitution, then we will do it. And Madam Speaker, this is what this government has done in this bill, with respect for our courts, with respect for the laws of the land, and with respect for this Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, I recommend this bill to the House, and indeed we look forward to the support of the Leader of the Opposition, since this is a move to ensure that the SOEs are within our Constitution.
Members, the question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Emergency Powers Act and to Provide for Connected Matters read a second time.
The House will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole House to consider the clauses of the bill. Okay, members, I now put clause 1. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 2.
Yeah.
Those in favour?
Madam
Those
Chairman,
against?
Madam Chairman.
I said clause, where are we now? Clause 2?
Clause 2, yes.
Clause 2.
I have a point on clause 2.
Okay, go ahead.
And it relates to paragraph B of clause 2. It would delete from the definition of proclamation in the Emergency Powers Act the words public emergency, and would substitute for them the words period of public disaster. My concern with that approach is that the concept of a proclamation is relevant to both.
Yes.
Not just to the concept of a period of public disaster. If you look at the Constitution, section 20, period of public disaster is defined as a period during which there's enforced a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a period of public disaster exists. Similarly, in relation to the definition of period of public emergency, it means any period during which, and in paragraph B, there is enforced a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a state of public emergency exists. So given that proclamations apply to both periods of public disaster and periods of public emergency, I don't see why we would be amending the definition of proclamation in the Emergency Powers Act to remove the reference to public emergency and replace it with a reference to period of public disaster. I think both.
So or would satisfy your...
I think both should be included rather than just one of the two. So, I mean, I will stand corrected if I'm wrong, but I think that it is the better approach would be to say that a public emergency or a period of public or a public disaster, a period of public disaster has arisen, or words to that effect. I just was a little concerned about the exclusion, given that proclamations are used in both contexts. I mean, as I said,
no problem with that.
I would stand corrected if I'm in error.
Yes. Check in with the CPC. What is there is correct, Leader of the Opposition. AG, could you just explain it for the Leader of the Opposition?
Your mic. Sorry, what network is this?
Madam Chair, the proposed amendment is a deletion of the words public emergency. And it is a correct deletion because what is set out in A really now relates to public disaster in light of the splitting out of the disaster from the emergency at Section 20 of the Constitution. So at Section 20, it speaks to a period of public disaster, means any period during which there is in force a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a period of public disaster exists. And then it defines a period of public emergency to mean any period during which A, Jamaica is engaged in any war, B, there is in force a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a state of public emergency exists, or C, there is in force a resolution of each House of Parliament supported by the votes of 2/3 majority of all the members of each House declaring that democratic institutions in Jamaica are threatened by subversion. So constitutionally at Section 20, a period of emergency may arise from different circumstances. The Emergency Powers Act is dealing with the proclamation by the Governor General, not the engagement of Jamaica in war, nor the resolution by each House of Parliament that the democratic institutions in Jamaica are threatened by subversion. So when you come over to what is proposed in the bill, it is actually a tidying up because A really relates to the new definition of disaster, and B relates to the aspect of emergency that deals with the proclamation that is issued by the Governor General. So it is correct, and the Leader of Opposition is wrong.
Madam Chairman, I just want to point out that the use of the word proclamation in the Emergency Powers Act, it's used both in the definition of period of public emergency in the Emergency Powers Act. It says a period of public emergency means any period during which there is in force a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a state of public emergency exists. And then proclamation is subsequently defined. But that definition now will exclude periods of public emergency from it. I think that I'm not saying it shouldn't, I agree that it should cover a period of public disaster. What I'm objecting to is the exclusion of a period of public emergency because the concept of a proclamation is used in both. Indeed, in the Emergency Powers Act itself, in the definition of period of public emergency, it uses and refers to a proclamation, which is a defined term, and was previously defined as in a way that covered a public emergency, but is now going to be defined in a way that excludes it. Furthermore, the Constitution itself, in the definition of public emergency, a period of public emergency, says in B, a period during which there is in force a proclamation by the Governor General declaring that a state of public emergency exists. So I think that the definition of proclamation ought to be expanded so that it covers both, not replacing one with the other. That's my point, and I think I'm correct. But if the technical people disagree, so be it.
So, Madam Chair, what I'm understanding from that last intervention is something else than from the first intervention that was made. So what we have in A, so proclamation means a proclamation that is effective for the purpose of A, the period of public disaster, where it has arisen as a result of the occurrence of earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, outbreak of infectious disease, or other calamity, whether similar or to the foregoing or not. And then the other limb of it speaks to the action that has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of person of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community or any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. And that is actually a replication of what is at 20 subsection 2B. So what you see at 22B is that a proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purpose of subsection 1, and subsection 1 deals with the period of public disaster and the period of public emergency. Because the disaster relates to the proclamation by the Governor General declaring the period of disaster, and then the emergency in this regard has to do with proclamation by the Governor General declaring a state of public emergency exists. So technically it is correct. Stylistically it can be improved on. Technically it is correct. Stylistically it can be improved on. Right. So to give the impression that it is wrong, that is wrong. To ask for an improvement stylistically from the draftsman, there's nothing wrong with that.
So I've checked, Leader of the Opposition, and CPC feels that what is put there is correct. So let's go with it.
Just
Madam
before
Chairman,
we go,
as I said before, it's not for me to second guess the CPC. I just feel that for the definition of period of public emergency to include a reference to proclamation, and we're removing from the definition of proclamation any reference to public emergency, seems to me to be problematic. The Attorney General is saying that it could be improved. I'm not going to argue whether it's wrong or it could be improved. I just think, to my mind, what we're doing is not the ideal way of doing it. And I think it could be problematic for persons who are trying to apply it going forward. So I was suggesting that it be improved.
Madam Chair, I do agree that it can be improved. And let me just have a word with the CPC in relation to it. Something to the effect in B that a period that public emergency has arisen as a result of action that is taken or immediately threatened. Let me just discuss with the CPC. But again, to make it clear, it's not wrong. As was.
I don't think it's wrong or right. I think what we want as a parliament is to have the best possible wording. So. And members, everything is correct about what we're doing, because when we are in committee stage, this is a time for us to look at the pieces of legislation that we pass, that we understand it, so that when in reality it becomes the real McCoy and we have to deal with it, we know and understand how it is being done. So everything is correct about what's happening.
AG. Let it remain as is. Leader of the opposition, we have been consulting, and CPC is quite firm that this is appropriate. The wording is appropriate. So,
Madam Chair, it's not just a matter of the learned CPC being firm, is that it makes sense in light of what is provided for in the Constitution and how it is provided for there. So at 20, Section 20, subsection 2, which speaks to what the Governor General has to be satisfied in relation to. If you look at A, it says, well, let me read all of 20, subsection 2. A proclamation made by the Governor General shall not be effective for the purposes of subsection 1 unless it is declared that the Governor General is satisfied, A, that a public emergency has arisen as a result of the imminence of a state of war between Jamaica and a foreign state. B, that action has been taken or is immediately threatened by any person or body of persons of such a nature and on so extensive a scale as to be likely to endanger the public safety or to deprive the community of any substantial portion of the community of supplies or services essential to life. And then it goes on to say that a period of public disaster has arisen as a result of the occurrence of any earthquake, hurricane, flood, fire, outbreak of pestilence, outbreak of infectious disease, or other calamity, whether similar to the foregoing or not. So what is happening here is that the amendment is really reflecting what is in the Constitution. And because an emergency may arise not only from action being taken or immediately threatened, but from the war, if you look at what is set out there. So that is why the CPC has drafted it in the way that it has been drafted.
So I put clause 1, those in favor? I put clause 2, which is what word? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 4, those in 3? Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put clause 4, those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the title and the enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Members, the question is that I do report to the House the bill having passed committee stage with no amendments. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
Madam Speaker, I ask for third reading.
The question is that an act to amend the Emergency Powers Act and to provide for connected matters be now read a third time. Those in favour? Those against? The ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Emergency Powers Act and to provide for connected matters read a third time and passed.
Madam Speaker, I now ask that you revert to the agenda.
Very well. The question is that we recommit the items on the agenda, starting with statements by ministers.
Madam Speaker, the Most Honourable Prime Minister will make a statement at this time.
Prime Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. Madam Speaker, the purpose of my statement today is to provide an update on the COVID-19 situation and to announce the proposed measures that will come into effect on Friday, October 29th, 2021, after the current set of measures under the Disaster Risk Management Act would have expired. Based on the latest report from this morning, Jamaica recorded 49 new cases of COVID-19 yesterday. Our cumulative cases of COVID-19 are now 88,480, and sadly, we have had 2,184 deaths. My sympathies and condolences to the families and loved ones of those who have passed. I express, as I've said, sincere condolences. Madam Speaker, there is a slight echo. Somebody's mic might be off. On? Yeah. Madam Speaker, the graph now being displayed shows that the number of COVID-related hospitalizations, which is the white line, has declined significantly since the peak of 1,269 on September 12, 2021, and is now below our COVID bed capacity, which is in the black line, and that is just over 700 beds. At this level of hospitalization, there continues to be an inordinate amount of resources consumed with dealing with COVID cases, and there is an adverse impact on other persons seeking to access the healthcare system for non-communicable diseases such as heart diseases, cancers, etc. Madam Speaker, this is grossly unfair and cannot be allowed to continue much longer. Madam Speaker, just recently I had occasion to speak with the Commissioner of Police regarding a matter which occupied some time in social media. Not the one that everyone is immediately thinking of, but yes, it was a bizarre couple of weeks, these past few weeks. But there was one with a particular event being held in my constituency. And obviously, the police intervened to put an end to it. And it created, it would appear that there was some altercation between the police force and the persons who went to social media to plead their case. But, Madam Speaker, the conversation, I follow these things on a daily basis, and the Commissioner and myself and the Minister of National Security, we review all the issues because we know the sensitive touch point between the relationship between the citizens and the police in a pandemic. So we place great effort in just ensuring that there is no flashpoint. So we manage it, and we expect that the security forces will respond to whatever claims that the citizens would make. But, Madam Speaker, in that conversation, and I'm sure the Commissioner would not mind me saying this, the question of body cameras came up, and that were the police wearing these body cams, we would have much better information as to exactly what happened. Madam Speaker, we did make allocations for body cameras. The program for it is in place. But, Madam Speaker, the Minister of Finance glanced upon me a while ago because he knows where I'm going. We have had to reallocate resources to COVID. And so an important thing such as this, which is scheduled to be done, would have to be delayed until we are past this phase in the pandemic. And I just use this, Madam Speaker, as a practical example as to how the pandemic has affected the plans of the country, but on a more granular scale, how it has affected the government's ability to deliver service to you. Whether it is an improved police service, garbage collection, pothole patching, we have had to divert resources into care programs. The pandemic has caused a disruption in supply chains which have triggered massive increases in prices, which in turn has caused the government to have to again divert resources to meet the calls that are made for more food and care packages. But, Madam Speaker, the answer to these challenges are within our hands. They are within our hands. So, Madam Speaker, the second graph now being displayed shows the test positivity rate by week. You can see from the white line that the weekly positivity rate has declined significantly from the peak of 45.2% at the end of August 2021 to approximately 13%. For yesterday, our positivity rate was 8.3%, the first time in several weeks that it has dropped below 10%. The third graph, which is now on the screen, shows our reproductive rate, the R0, the average number of additional persons that are infected by a single infected person. That is the definition or the understanding of the R0. The R0 has been falling and is now at approximately 0.8. Madam Speaker, you will recall that in order for our cases to decrease, we need to maintain the R0 at below 1. Just very quickly, Madam Speaker, maintaining the R0 below 1 is a function of personal behavior. In particular, it is a function of the behavior of the infected. And the infected, that includes people who are ill and people who may be infected but asymptomatic. So the wearing of the mask, the hand sanitizing, the social distancing, if you are ill, separating yourself from the population, observing the curfews that are in place, these measures help to keep the R0 down. And once the R0 is below 1, we know that the reproduction of the virus will fall, and therefore the infections will also fall. And that is what we have been seeing happening over the last few weeks, and that is why the infection rate is going down. Madam Speaker, it is clear that the measures implemented over the last 2 months have been successful in controlling our third wave. However, as we have seen from our previous experience, there is no room for complacency. If we let down our guards, we could easily see a reversal of these positive trends. While the measures have been successful in controlling our third wave of infections, it is important for us to recognize that this has had a massive negative impact on our productivity, on the economy, and on the livelihoods of thousands of Jamaicans. We cannot continue with this cat and mouse game of opening up and then having to lock down. As a country, we have to get to a point of learning to live with COVID-19. Let me repeat that, Madam Speaker. We have to get to a point where we understand that COVID-19 will become endemic. And we will have to treat it like we treat any other contagious disease. The mindset has to shift, Madam Speaker, from treating with COVID as a project, where it is dealt with almost separately, to just treating with it in our public health system generally. The country cannot continue in this mode. We have been at it for more than a year and a half. So, Madam Speaker, we're moving into the endemic phase of the pandemic. And what that means is that we have to change the way in which we, as the leadership and government of the country, how we have managed the pandemic. And by this presentation, I'm signaling that we are in that process of shifting how we manage the pandemic. And that shift, Madam Speaker, will mean that the citizens will have to bear greater personal responsibility. In the pandemic, Madam Speaker, the measures, the curfews, the no movement days, the wearing of the mask, all of those things have kept us safe. When you compare our per capita numbers, if you were to compare them with the United States or compare it with countries in Europe, on a per capita basis, we have done very well. We have. Even without vaccines. We have done very well. But, Madam Speaker, the country is fatigued, and so the very measures that keep us safe are the very measures that people are quarreling about. The member who spoke today, whose constituency I toured, East Kingston and Port Royal, and I want to just emphasize that we did a vaccination tour there, and when we went to the site, though persons were there to be vaccinated, they were also complaining loudly. No more lockdowns, no more curfews. And it is the contradiction of wanting the safety but not wanting the measures that brings the safety. and it places the government in what can only be described as an invidious position. So there has to be a shift, because though I'm departing from my script, Madam Speaker, I promise I will come back very quickly. The leader of the opposition, I'm sure, will agree that because we have had this profound shift in our lifestyle because of the management of the pandemic with lockdowns and no movement days and people having to stay at home, it has shifted our routines. It has changed our outlook. And so where there were fault lines, where we had perverse behavior, they have been exacerbated. And you're seeing them coming up now to the surface. And you're seeing it exposed as people look to perverse ways of trying to get certainty about the future and themselves. And you're seeing that impacting mental health and how people are responding. You see it in the responses in social media, what people are saying. Not everything is logical or coherent. It is highly emotionally driven. But if you step back from the situation and analyze it, you will recognize that there has been a profound and fundamental shift in our lifestyle and the way in which we relieve stress. You don't have people being able to go out freely to go to clubs and parties, and people are clustered in, and so there's just a whole different perspective. The government simply cannot continue it. But I'm saying this recognizing that if we pull down the measures, we are likely to let the virus in. And we could experience a fourth wave. And by the way, the perspective I take is that the fourth wave is almost inevitable. Many countries are presently going through a fourth wave, but without the hospitalization. Why? Because they have high vaccination levels. So there are mutations. There are mutations happening all the time, and even vaccinated people will contract the disease, but they will not need hospitalization because their immunity is already developed and exposed. And Madam Speaker, whilst we pray that we will not have a fourth wave, if we were to have one, the consequence for us would not just be worse in terms of a health fallout, but it would be worse in terms of our economic fallout. Because, Madam Speaker, whilst the Jamaican citizen has not yet made the connection between vaccination and the economy, which they will soon realize very quickly, that economies that are vaccinated, they have started to reopen their economies rapidly. And what they're saying is that if you want to come and visit and participate in my economy, you will have to be vaccinated. But more than that, Madam Speaker, the cost of these measures are significant. I give you one industry, for example. For us to have kept the BPO industry open during the pandemic, we had to put in place significant measures. Madam Speaker, these measures would have seen us facilitating work from home. But, Madam Speaker, that is going to severely impact very soon the cost structure, because countries that were in lockdown and didn't put in the measures we did, yes, they were impacted and they had significant costs. But those countries who are our competitors in this space, they got their people vaccinated, and so their workers are going back to work. The cost differential between Jamaica and its protocols and our competitor countries with their vaccinated workforce is going to make Jamaica, the competitiveness of Jamaica will be brought into question. That will have decisions forced upon investors, and you could see a shift in where the investors decide to put their resources and their business. And that's just one example of how the pandemic can have an impact on the economy. But it all depends on how our citizens respond. We can easily save that industry easily tomorrow and return to full competitiveness if the workers go and get vaccinated. And there need not be a fight and force applied. It just requires us to see that it is in our interest to do it. Not for the government to try and force you. And that is not the intention of the government. From day one, I was very clear. Government of Jamaica is not contemplating because this business of mandate. When people hear mandate, they hear bound and compelled in Jamaican language. And you know the Jamaican spirit. But the very fact that you're trying to force me, I will resist. We understand all of that, and we don't want to get into any social warfare over vaccination. That's not necessary. What we are trying to do is to preach reason to the people. This is in your best interest. It is in your family's best interest. Go and get vaccinated.
Hear, hear.
Madam Speaker, while the measures have been successful in controlling the third wave of infections, it is important for us to recognize that this has had a massive negative impact on our productivity, on the economy, and the livelihoods of thousands of Jamaicans. So, for us to break this cycle of opening up and locking down, Madam Speaker, we have had to be very careful in how we recraft measures when we come to this phase of the spike or the wave, which is when the numbers are coming down. You recall the last experience, Madam Speaker. There was a wave of public opinion that literally overwhelmed the government regarding opening up. And the government being very sensitive and conscious to these issues. And the opposition stood up and was also very sensitive and conscious to this issue. Said it was important that we opened up. But I think, Madam Speaker, there is no one that can now say that whilst we are on this downward trend, that we should throw caution to the wind and become complacent. That now you will have to proceed with greater caution and a more strategic recrafting of the measures. Because, Madam Speaker, we still have schools to reopen. You know, Christmas is a period where people are going to want greater freedom. So we have to be very cautious that now is not the time for us to have any significant change to how we have been managing this third wave. So, Madam Speaker, I want to just give you a very quick update on where we are with vaccination. I will personally tell you, Madam Speaker, that I am disappointed in the number, in the take-up that we're having, but it was not unexpected. We expected from day one that we would have a very high level of hesitancy, which is why the Minister of Health, in our planning and in my discussions with him, had set aside resources to tackle that through a public education campaign, because our studies of the problem indicated from early that there would be this hesitancy. It's not hesitancy in the sense of, hardcore objections. It is just hesitancy of persons not knowing, waiting to see, hoping that the pandemic will pass without them having to take it. And I think that Madam Speaker, that is false hope. The pandemic will not pass unless there is a very high take-up of the vaccine. You know, Madam Speaker, I'm often asked by people who are seeking some certainty in the future. You know, they don't know whether or not they should invest, if they should send their children overseas to school, if they should travel, and they'll ask me the question, so Prime Minister, when you think the pandemic will end? I can't give you a date. I don't have an answer for that. But what I can tell you is how the pandemic can end. The pandemic can end when the virus kills off enough people in the population such that it cannot reproduce and be a threat. That is a cold, hard fact. That is how pandemics have ended in the past without vaccination. That's the reality. In the 1850s, we had a cholera outbreak. It killed 1/10 of the population at the time. And you can go back in history and see when there were outbreaks of other dangerous diseases, the level of death. So that's one way the pandemics end, and that's the natural way. Another way to look at it, the pandemic ends when everybody gets the natural immunity, meaning that they have been exposed to the virus the natural way. So in those days, people didn't understand about wearing masks, social distancing, and so forth. So people get sick, and it's just basically survival of the fittest. If your body is strong enough to take the disease in an uncontrolled way, then you will get ill and you will recover. Others whose immunity and constitution may not be able to stand up to it, they will die. And so it's a process of just natural selection. But the advance of medicine has given us an understanding of the disease and an understanding of immunity and how to have us develop our immunity in a controlled and safe way so that less people will die. That's it. There is no mystery to the science. There is no mystery to the science. There is no grand scheme to change the DNA. The foundational cellular structure of the body. It is God's technology. There's nothing in this world that God did not create. So this hesitancy, it's in our interest, Jamaicans, to just wake up and put aside the foolishness. We have seen the false prophets. We have seen the quacks. We have seen the people who are parading that they know. Not one of them will turn up at your door with a food package. Madam Speaker, I went to Centre and North West, I believe it was. And whilst there, a pastor came up to me and he said, Mr. Hollis, I'm glad you're here. I am at these vaccination sites preaching the word. And I immediately got nervous because, you know, I had a similar experience in Grand Spen where the approach was, you know, Mr. Hollis, I'm glad you're here. You know, I am one of your workers and I have something to tell you. And of course, that was carried nationally, what was said to me. But this pastor said, Mr. Holness, my daughter died of COVID. And her last words to me was, Daddy, tell the people to take the vaccines. And we had it captured, the conversation, so I asked his permission as to whether or not we could share it, and he said yes. So we'll release that to the public so that they can hear his story. There are many stories like that of persons who did not take the vaccine and who perished. In fact, of the persons who have died, 98% of them have not taken the vaccine. 98%. So, as of 1:30 p.m. this afternoon, we had administered 901,509 doses of vaccines, 536,401 first doses, 319,009 second doses, and 46,100 doses of the Johnson & Johnson single-dose vaccine. The number of persons fully vaccinated is therefore 365,109, representing approximately 13.4% of the population. And that's very low, very low. The number of persons who have received at least one dose is 582,501, representing approximately 21.3% of the total population. Madam Speaker, we currently have in stock 190,000 doses of the AstraZeneca vaccine that are set to expire at the end of October 2021. 190,000 doses. I urge all Jamaicans 18 and over who have not already done so to come out and get vaccinated. I also urge the nearly 60,000 Jamaicans who took their first dose of the AstraZeneca vaccine but have not turned up to take their second dose. I urge them to go and get your second dose to be fully vaccinated. Madam Speaker, the Vaccine Operationalization Task Force and the Ministry of Health and Wellness have been working together to move to a more decentralized vaccine delivery model. And I don't know if the graph is going to be shown shortly, but we have several modalities for delivery now. We have fixed sites at health centers, 54 of those, and between October 17 to 23, they did 5,632 doses. We have mobile sites, 15 of them, and they have done 336 doses. We have shut-in operations, 34 of them, they have done 39 doses. We have other fixed sites, 15 of them, they have done 5,958 doses. We have community outreaches, 81 of those, and they have done 4,950 doses. We have the private sector vaccination initiative, 11 of those, and they have done 1,909 doses. Other health sites, health clinics, which are not fixed, 26 of those, 1,319 doses. Private sites, 8 of them operational so far, and they have done 1,007 doses, and that is between October 17 and 23rd. We have 247 sites now operational. So we have moved in a matter of weeks from having under 50 sites to 247 sites. So, Madam Speaker, the next slide that is going to be displayed shows that during the week of, well, the next slide, when it comes on, will show you that the dispersion rather, of the 247 sites are properly located such that they will cover the entire Jamaica within a 5-mile radius from the site. That's not being shown. So that means, Madam Speaker, the sites are such that they would cover all significant populations, would be within, at maximum, 5 miles. It's not shown so clearly on the graph, but within all significant populations are within 5 miles of a vaccination site. Now, it's not perfect. Not all vaccination sites are up 24/7 or 9 to 5. Some of them are not up 5 days a week, but most of them are. And indeed, we have to have different modalities because we have to have mobile sites, as we said before, shut-in operations, and the minister recently announced door-to-door vaccination as a modality. Madam Speaker, the task force is also examining and should come to a conclusion very soon various software solutions to implement digital vaccine certificates that will enable unambiguous authentication. Madam Speaker, this will be critical to facilitating travel overseas, as a number of countries are implementing, we've seen the United States make the official announcement already, vaccination requirements for travel, and will need the ability to authenticate vaccine cards. So Madam Speaker, it may not be a physical card, though that could be an option. More than likely, it will be in a digital format where you have a QR code on your phone, and if you are required to display, you could display your QR code, and the person verifying would just merely take a picture of that QR code, and the vaccination information in the database stored by the Ministry of Health would be displayed, and you probably would be asked to show your ID to verify that this vaccination information is for you. So in fact, Madam Speaker, it is closer than I have said here, because Cabinet has approved us moving ahead with a particular service provider. So it is just for them to make the concluding assessments on this provider. So we will be able, Madam Speaker, to have situations where persons who are not vaccinated can be treated in a different way from persons who are vaccinated by virtue of authenticating someone's vaccination status. So, Madam Speaker, congratulate Jamaica on their last win in the Football World Cup. I know many persons would have loved to witness the match in the stadium. It may be a possibility in home games to come, maybe not the next one, but maybe the one after, because we are putting in place the measures to treat with public gatherings for vaccinated persons. The science behind it is clear. The advice behind it is clear from the WHO regarding controlling gatherings while you're still in the pandemic phase, protecting those who have been vaccinated, and ensuring that life can go on as close to normal as possible. So, Madam Speaker, the architecture is being put in place to ensure that we don't deprive anyone of their rights, but we also protect those who have made the sacrifice, if you will, and have gotten vaccinated. Just for people to understand, Madam Speaker, you wouldn't want a situation where new variants are thriving in the unvaccinated population and placing at risk the vaccinated population. That would put you back to square one. And obviously, you would still need to protect the unvaccinated from themselves. So, Madam Speaker, in relation to the supplies of the Pfizer vaccine, we are expecting, as was announced this morning by the Minister of Health, we are expecting further supplies later this week, approximately 45,630. Well, through the bilateral arrangement with the government of Suriname, and I want to publicly thank our brothers in Suriname. Still through the gift from the United States, but they we're not using it now, so they have agreed for us to use it, and we're very appreciative of that. And Madam Speaker, we will also get 100,620 through the global COVAX facility. Now, I don't like to talk about these things, Madam Speaker. I wait until the plane has landed. But since it has been said, and we have been getting numerous calls, when am I going to get my second shot of the Pfizer vaccine? We decided that we would update the public. But we generally, Madam Speaker, don't speak on it because we have been burnt in the past where we have been giving dates and they just keep changing. So we generally don't speak on when they will arrive. But it seems definitive, so we can speak on it now. Now, assuming the shipment dates are met, the Ministry of Health and Wellness expects to recommence administering the Pfizer vaccine on November 1. For these 146,250 doses of the Pfizer vaccine, Cabinet has given a very clear policy position. They will first be reserved for those who need second doses, and then for first and second doses for children aged 12 and 18 only. $12 to $18, yeah. I said 12 and, but sorry, 12 to 18. So just to be clear, all persons who should get their second dose, children or adult, you will go first. After that, we will only be giving first doses to children 12 to 18 years old. There are approximately 85,000 persons who are awaiting their second doses of Pfizer. The initial focus will be on these persons, following which we will start administering additional first doses, as I said before, to children 12 to 18. On the curfew hours, Madam Speaker, starting on Friday, October 29th, the curfew hours will be from 8 p.m. nightly to 5 a.m. the following morning for every day in the week up to 5 a.m. So basically it's all 7 days. For all days, all 7 days, 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. the following day. So everybody, so that is, remember I had said in my last presentation that we're going to try to create some guardrails so that these are not very restrictive on the path of the road, but they will be outer bands, but consistent. So you can plan. You can have a little bit more certainty. And we're going for a longer period, so instead of 2 weeks, you would have seen that we're going for like a month or so with these measures. So that just that people have certainty. So there would no longer be a no movement Sunday or a no movement day. This new curfew will remain in effect until the 10th of December 2021. I will have some consultations with interest groups, and I will definitely call up the leader of the opposition early so that we can have a consensus as to what to do in Christmas. So this is the holding position for Christmas. However, Madam Speaker, we will reconvene our Cabinet COVID subcommittee to review these measures in 3 weeks' time, and depending on the level of increase in our vaccination rate and the continued decrease in the positivity rate, then we could come back with even better news. The gathering limits, Madam Speaker, there are no changes to the gathering limits at this time. The general public gathering limit remains at 10 persons. Places of worship will continue to be restricted to having no more than 50 persons in attendance. No crusades, conferences, or conventions are permitted. There is also something this is also something we intend to review again in 3 weeks, along with the curfew hours. The number of persons permitted to physically attend a wedding remains at 50. The limit on persons physically attending annual general meetings remains at 50. Physical attendance at events hosted by public entities is limited to a maximum of 50 persons, And Madam Speaker, these events that are held by public entities are to be controlled events, meaning that the space within which the event is kept, all the protocols must be observed, but it is not a free access space. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is that attendance at these events must be for the vaccinated only. So, Madam Speaker, in this order, public sector entities that are putting on events must first determine the vaccination status of those who they are inviting to attend. Madam Speaker, the existing work from home directive in the public sector remains in place until December 9, 2021. As a precursor to returning to work, permanent secretaries and heads of agencies must put in place measures to ascertain the vaccination status of staff in the public sector to facilitate risk assessment and planning. So, Madam Speaker, the permanent secretaries are now directed that they must determine the vaccination status. Ascertain, a nicer word, but after ascertaining, they will make the determination. They will find out the vaccination status of the workers in their charge. And this is to help us now plan for the endemic stage of the management of the disease. Funerals and burials, Madam Speaker, there are no changes to the existing measures regarding funerals and burials. Funeral services are permitted with a maximum of 20 persons physically present, including mourners, clergy, and support personnel. Burials are permitted on Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. with a maximum of 15 persons present. As a reminder, burials are not permitted on weekends. Entry protocols, Madam Speaker, in relation to our entry protocols, based on the recommendations of the Ministry of Health and Wellness, we are removing all banned countries from our travel list. So you will recall that the bans had been placed on those countries, most of them, if you recall, India and South America. Trinidad was on that list. But this was because of high infection rates and concerns about new variants. These countries have, however, Madam Speaker, controlled their outbreaks and have very high vaccination rates. If you look at all of them, their vaccination rates are higher than Jamaica's vaccination rate. So there's no, including Brazil. In fact, Brazil has a very high vaccination rate. So it doesn't make sense, Madam Speaker, that we're banning countries that have brought their infection rates under control and have higher vaccination rates than ours. The pre-testing requirement for persons traveling to Jamaica to present a negative COVID test within 3 days prior to travel remains in place. Madam Speaker, I am pleased to report that we have significantly overhauled and simplified the travel authorization application process through Jam COVID and Visit Jamaica platforms. We have reduced the number of questions and increased the speed of approval. Jamaican passport holders and tourists now obtain expedited approvals within minutes of submitting their application, provided no COVID-related risks are identified. Permanent residents and work permit holders are required to upload documentary evidence of residency status in Jamaica, following which approval is granted. And I've seen the calls from the tourism sector regarding the removal of Jam COVID. I would say, Madam Speaker, that inevitably, eventually, Jam COVID will be retired, and it will, the software has served us well, and it will be morphed into the general management of entry into the country. In fact, the Ministry of National Security is already working on a digital platform for immigration entry and so forth, and that is very near in being completed and announced. But, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the developers of the program. In this pandemic, we can easily forget what were the circumstances that led to the development of the software. We quickly forgot, Madam Speaker, the great panic that existed when the first cases came to Jamaica and we were not able to identify the passengers on the plane who left the airport. We couldn't track. We couldn't do any contact tracing. It was the implementation, Madam Speaker, of this software in rapid time, rapid development by Amber, that software developer, Madam Speaker, that gave us this capability to be able to reopen our borders when we had to close it, and to have what was then called the control entry program. We were amongst the first to do it in the Caribbean, and other countries looked at what we were doing and copied it and introduced the same system and other similar systems. And it has served us well. It was not a perfect system, and the speed at which it was developed by a local company is something that we should really look at and commend ourselves that this is something that we did as Jamaica. So, Madam Speaker, I've seen where the tourism industry is calling for its removal. We're getting close to that point, and we understand as other countries increase their vaccination rates and their citizens want to travel and have vacations, the pressure is building on us to open up. But we're going to do it strategically, we're going to do it wisely and with great caution so that we're not forced into an uncontrolled fourth wave. So, Madam Speaker, let me speak quickly on infirmaries. We have not spoken much about them. Our vulnerable citizens, especially our elderly, who are cared for through the network of infirmaries in the local government system, have been prioritized for protection before and since the start of the pandemic. This has been made possible by the highly dedicated matrons and other managers and staff in the infirmaries. They too are frontline workers, and I must express our deep felt gratitude to them. In addition to a comprehensive range of health protocols that cover the activities of the residents and the service providers with whom they interact, visits by families have been disallowed since last year. These measures have proven to be highly effective, Madam Speaker, and we have had relatively few cases and very few deaths as a result. We are still living through a delicate phase of the pandemic, though, and as a result, the ban on visits to the infirmaries will continue. However, it is not the intention of the government to retain this prohibition for much longer. It has been in effect for nearly 17 months, and we understand the emotional toll that this is taking both on the residents of the infirmary and their families who would like to see them. Moreover, the moratorium on new admissions to the infirmaries has not eased the demand for their services. There is now a waiting list comprising over 200 potential residents who are seeking admission to the infirmary. So, something has to be done. And this is part, Madam Speaker, of when we say we're moving into the endemic phase and we have to stop treating COVID as a project, and we will now have to mainstream it. We will have to live with it. So, Madam Speaker, consideration is being given to replacing the absolute ban on new admissions to the infirmaries with a structure of protocols that will be announced after consultations between the Ministry of Health and Wellness and local government and rural development. Madam Speaker, barring any significant changes in our numbers, these new measures will generally remain in place until December 9th, 2021. Madam Speaker, as we did for the last set of measures, we are leaving the measures in place for longer periods and moving towards a more stable, predictable set of measures. Barring any significant changes in circumstances, the measures will change gradually, only in response to an improvement in our numbers that is sustainable as a result of an improvement in our vaccination rates. Madam Speaker, the touchy subject now, reopening school. Well, not touchy, important subject of reopening school. I now turn to the subject, Madam Speaker. The learning loss that our children have suffered as a result of the pandemic is incalculable. Despite our best efforts to provide computers and tablets and to increase internet access, thousands of students have minimal or no access to remote learning. Madam Speaker, of all the adverse side effects of the pandemic, this is the one I worry about the most. Madam Speaker, I may make it a personal mission to provide students with tablets. I have gone close to about 3,000 tablets that I have done through my foundations personally. Members inside here can attest to that. In addition to working with members in our diaspora, and indeed the great work done by our Consul General in New York through the one device per child program, which she has done. She's probably gone over 5,000 devices or more. And so, Madam Speaker, we have been giving out those to MPs and just generally to distribute to students, because it is very worrying to me when I go into my own constituency and see the children unsupervised, running up and down. Madam Speaker, in the pandemic, we took the view that the safest place for the children to be in the pandemic is at home. It may be the case, but Madam Speaker, not all homes are safe. Not all homes nurture their children. Not all homes have parents who can read and write. That's the reality. And Madam Speaker, I talk it plain, people are going to feel that, I am indelicate with these matters, but so that, nuance is not well understood. So I have to just be real and practical. Madam Speaker, I have gotten calls about young girls getting pregnant. So I've asked for some data as to whether or not we are seeing any rise in teenage pregnancy as a result of the children being home, many of them unsupervised. These are real issues. So that is the one that worries me, and that's where I've tried to put my own personal effort in just trying to ensure that our children can learn. But it's not something, Madam Speaker, that we can continue much longer. So, Madam Speaker, you may recall that in allowing a phased resumption of face-to-face classes, we had first considered our infants. As you are aware, our Brain Builder centers and our infant basic schools have been permitted to include face-to-face learning opportunities while observing the COVID-19 protocols. So some of our basic schools and our infant schools and our brain builders, they have been returning to school. Not all of them, but the Ministry of Education has its process and they are slowly going back out to school. For secondary schools, so in addition to the infant schools and the brain builder centers, we had already indicated to our secondary schools that once the national average of 65% vaccination is reached, at the individual school, the vaccinated students would be allowed to be in the face-to-face environment, while unvaccinated students would continue to access their education using any or all of the other modalities, online, audiovisual, or the learning kits. I did take note of the opposition spokesperson's position on the unvaccinated not being allowed to attend school, and I considered it seriously. We've actually asked for some opinions on it, and I've asked the Ministry of Health to provide us with the scientific and technical basis on which you could make these kinds of differential treatment. And I'm assured, and I personally am satisfied, otherwise I wouldn't proceed, that there is a legal and scientific basis for the protection of personal and public health, that the vaccinated and the unvaccinated can be treated with some difference. But still, provisions must be made for the unvaccinated to get their opportunity for education. So it is not about depriving anyone of education, it is about protecting public health. And of course, if you want to get the face-to-face, then you just simply get vaccinated. In the meantime, to ensure that our secondary level students are prepared for their external exams, we have granted permission for the grades 11 to 13 students to be engaged in limited face-to-face activities to include preparation and completion of labs and practical assignments and all activities attendant to the registration for their external examinations. These will be done in small groups using a rotation schedule as guided by the COVID-19 protocols. Madam Speaker, these activities are time-bound and had to be allowed. Madam Speaker, we would not want our children to once again be deprived of the opportunity to sit their exams in a full and comprehensive way. I mean, granted, we have had to make an abridged version of our examinations, but we can't continue with that, Madam Speaker. We just can't. So, yes, there is a risk of allowing the children back to school. So we are allowing our infant schools, basic schools and brain builder centers to reopen unvaccinated. So there's no vaccines for them, right? But where there are vaccines, then obviously we can return on that basis. And Madam Speaker, the way in which we are looking at our primary school students, we will return some of them to school as well, and we'll explain how that is done. Many of those will go back unvaccinated as well. But, Madam Speaker, all of that is with a risk. What wasn't said in the last opening up, Madam Speaker, and I stayed away from the conversation when blame was being placed. Why you open up and entertainment cause numbers to rise when all those accusations were being made? The full picture was not considered. The government didn't just open entertainment. Before that, we had reopened schools. We had allowed students to go back to school. So we have always said that once we do this, we know the numbers are going to increase. So we are doing this knowing, conscious, that reopening and sending our children back to school could also cause the numbers to increase. And so what we are doing is trying to manage the risk. What is the risk of our students staying out much longer and the risk of the rise in numbers? There's no perfect and easy solution. So we believe we can manage the risk of outbreak by strategically allowing some children to go back and putting in place a measure that allows vaccinated students where vaccines are accessible. That is also a method of managing the risk of outbreaks. And that is why, member from St. Andrew South West, why we considered what you said very carefully, because we don't want to deprive anyone of their rights, but we believe that there are good reasons for us to proceed along this line. So students will be allowed to go back unvaccinated, but that would be for the population where no vaccine is approved. But for the population where vaccines are approved, obviously we could mitigate the risk of outbreaks by implementing that. So, Madam Speaker, in relation to primary schools, the Ministry of Education will put out information about how schools will be ranked in terms of their risk for returning to face-to-face. We will look at the enrollment of the school's utilization rate, that is the number of students enrolled versus the number of spaces at the school, the number of COVID cases in the respective communities in which the schools are located, access to water for drinking and sanitation purposes, accessibility to technology, meaning internet connection, and the average distance traveled by students in commuting to and from school. So those are the factors that will give the risk profile of the school. Combined, these factors provide a total risk score that the Ministry of Education, Youth and Information has used to objectively determine the level of risk associated with each school and their consideration for approval for the resumption of face-to-face teaching and learning. Using this risk-based approach, 376 of our 759 primary schools will be allowed to return to face-to-face. Of the 376 schools, 191, or approximately 51%, are small primary schools with less than 100 students enrolled. A further breakdown of the 191 small schools show that 171 of the 191 schools are rural, remote schools with students living within close proximity to the school and requiring minimal transportation. Students in rural or remote communities are more affected by lack of internet or low bandwidth issues and are less likely to be consistently on the online platform. It is on this basis that small primary schools are being recommended in this phase of face-to-face resumption. These small primary schools may operate the full cohort daily or on rotation, meaning some students in face-to-face mode and some working remotely and vice versa. Madam Speaker, in all cases, all students of these primary schools must have some face-to-face learning every week. The Ministry of Education also looked at the medium-sized schools, and we have identified a maximum of three streams of classes in each grade level. So, for example, grade 1A, grade 1B, and grade 1C. These schools also have an enrollment of 630 students or less and are occupying 80% or less of their total spaces. There are 185 of these primary schools, and for these schools, the ministry will require a rotation approach in which some students will be in face-to-face mode while others are using the other approaches. For these schools as well, Madam Speaker, the requirement is that all students must have some face-to-face learning every week. Across the 376 schools that will be allowed back into the face-to-face classroom, in this phase, there are 45,390 students and approximately 2,520 teachers. Additionally, these students will have administrative personnel working in these schools will have administrative personnel working in the school environment. All adults, principals, vice principals, teachers, staff, and others are advised to be vaccinated if they have not already done so. We make a special appeal, especially to those who have comorbidities. Get vaccinated. Because you will be working among children who are, some of them, most of them will be unvaccinated and may have the virus and not show any symptoms. In fact, 90% of them will not show symptoms. As adults working in the school environment, and of course parents and caregivers at home, you will need to protect yourselves by getting vaccinated. There are plenty of vaccines available, and there are many sites, as I've shown, where you can get your vaccination. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to be clear, as we cautiously send our children back to school, the probability, the likelihood is that infections will increase. To mitigate against this, to manage this risk, parents, when your children are going to get vaccinated, if you are not already vaccinated, go and get your vax. Teachers, you know, many people feel that teachers have had a wonderful time during the pandemic. The pandemic has also taken a psychological toll on many teachers. I've spoken to teachers in my constituencies and just generally, and they are now frustrated. They really want to go back into the classroom to pursue the profession of their choice. They miss their children, they want to teach. But many of them are hesitant. They are waiting to see that the pandemic will end without them taking the vaccine. But as you go back into the classroom, the best way to protect yourself is to get vaccinated. So, Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Health will, along with the Ministry of Education, they will provide the necessary guidance and monitoring as to how this process will be done. They will be informing the schools shortly. The start date for this, Minister, I see my text here, November 8th. November 8th. Right, so write that down in your diaries, parents. November 8th, that's what we're looking for if your school qualifies for face-to-face. You will be notified, and you will have enough time to get whatever supplies that would be necessary to get your child back into face-to-face. Madam Speaker, as I close, I urge all members of this Honourable House and all well-thinking Jamaicans to come together and do all we can to dispel the misinformation that has taken over the country. You know, everybody has a right to express your views. But you know, Madam Speaker, the same people who cry freedom of choice, they operate in such a way as to take away the freedom of choice for those who would have ordinarily taken the vaccine by spewing untruths, propagating myths and propaganda, and just outright lies about the vaccines. And the unsuspecting, the gullible, the uninformed, they just take it up. And in a low-trust society, what else can we expect? But the greatest irony is that some of the very persons who are preaching against the vaccines, they have gone quietly and privately, and they have gotten vaccinated. And you will know by their travels. You will easily know it. So, Madam Speaker, I urge you not to be a victim of the falsehoods that are being spread. So, Madam Speaker, all the vaccines have been proven to be highly effective in preventing severe illness and death. Certainly all the vaccines that we have approved for use in Jamaica. Nearly 7 billion doses of the COVID-19 vaccines have been administered globally. Over 2 billion doses have been administered in China alone. India has passed 1 billion doses already. What more are you waiting on to see? In Jamaica, we have administered just over 900,000 doses. So, Madam Speaker, all the persons who have died from COVID-19 in Jamaica, over 98% were unvaccinated. 99% of the persons hospitalized from COVID-19 are unvaccinated. The evidence is clear. I urge all Jamaicans, put your fear aside. Skepticism is healthy, but if you get COVID-19, you may not recover. Be wise and weigh the risks. Do your part and be a hero in returning Jamaica to normalcy. We want to go back to party again, and we want to see we friend past 10. Yeah. So let's do the right thing and get vaccinated. God bless Jamaica.
Madam Speaker, I join in the call to all Jamaicans to get vaccinated. I am vaccinated. I was vaccinated the same day as the Prime Minister in the same place. I was like 10 minutes before him and Mrs. Holness. All of our parliamentarians are vaccinated. And we encourage all our constituents to be vaccinated. I have had one major vaccination event in my constituency, and I would like to have more. The situation with the Pfizer has complicated things because persons have received their first dose and a scheduled date for their second dose, which they have not been able to take up because the Pfizer has not been made available to them. We need to rectify that as quickly as possible. I'm glad to hear that that should be imminent, and that I urge that because I think that kind of thing undermines the credibility of the program. We need to correct it very quickly. But like the Prime Minister, I'm very disappointed in the outcome of these efforts because 13.4% of the population fully vaxxed means that we remain near the very bottom of countries around the world. And this is really very, very unfortunate. We are, well, in the region. Yes, accepted, in the region, in this hemisphere. And certainly among our peers in CARICOM and the wider Caribbean. I think it's only Haiti of the islands in the Caribbean that is in a worse position than we are. And they are facing all sorts of calamities. So the question is, well, what are we doing wrong? And I think the messaging and the persons carrying the message may be problematic. I think the task force that has been set up, Prime Minister, they need to own this program. It's a pity we weren't given the opportunity to name anybody to the task force. As a national task force in a national crisis, I think that was an error to have not asked us to name someone. But nevertheless, the persons who have been named are very experienced, competent, credible people. And I think they need to own the project going forward, the vaccination project. I agree with you that COVID can no longer be treated as a project because we are going to be with it for a long time. And we have to adjust to that. I find it very problematic that children of the primary school age who cannot be vaccinated, vaccinations are not made available for them, are being deprived of the opportunity to have proper schooling because other than face-to-face classes, for many, many students, the online and other techniques just aren't optimal, are very suboptimal, and the level of learning taking place is diminished, and they're going to suffer. Their outcomes in life will suffer, and we need to mitigate that quickly. Teachers have the option of protecting themselves by being vaccinated. So do parents. The children do not. We need to provide safe ways, as safe as we can, of allowing face-to-face classes to resume. You've started for the basic schools, and I commend that decision, and the infant schools. And what the primary schools need to be brought on board with that. November 8th. Yeah, but I think if in the risk balancing, you know, the children are not typically at big risk from COVID. And so depriving them of education effectively for a long period of time is a massive risk for them and for the society in the medium to long term. So I do encourage us to really try to find a way of resuming face-to-face classes, especially for those children who cannot be vaccinated. In terms of the secondary school, the opportunities to be vaccinated have been created, and although we've had a hiatus because of the lack of vaccine for them, hopefully that hiatus will come to an end, and we'll be able to resume making vaccinations available to the secondary school students, 12 and up. And I think we should encourage parents and grandparents to get on board. The biggest risk right now, Prime Minister, is reaching the vulnerable people, the elderly in particular. I think the level of vaccination for elderly persons is like in the 30% range. That's what I heard last night. And we need to get that up. That needs to be a major strategic imperative. The Minister of Finance attempted to do something by way of an incentive in the last budget. And I think we need to revisit that now and say, how can we get our elders to get vaccinated, those who are not? Because that is where the hospitalization and death rates are particularly poignant. And for other persons, you know, ultimately the risk is going to be theirs, you know. The opportunity to protect yourself has been provided, you know, and the information is there to show that it is unvaccinated persons who get killed by COVID, largely. 98%, 99% of those in hospital are persons who are not vaccinated. So people need to make the right choices. This is a period for personal responsibility to be taken extremely seriously, because Jamaica cannot go on treating COVID as something that is going to prevent us from operating in some kind of normal way, economically and socially, on a permanent basis. And we know that with the level of vaccination that we have, we're going to have issues with COVID for a while. It's kind of remarkable, Prime Minister, that with the low levels of vaccination that we have achieved, nevertheless, we are seeing a fairly precipitous fall in the levels of positivity ratings and hospitalizations as well. I mean, it's indicative that something is going on in terms of immunity in the population, which the vaccination numbers don't necessarily tell the full story about. And thank goodness for that. So, Prime Minister, we support the vaccination effort 100%. We believe that the messaging of that and the persons carrying the message probably shouldn't be politicians as the front line. We've tried that and it hasn't been successful. And I think it's time for the church to step up, and the professionals, the doctors, to step up, and the task force that you've nominated as the persons with the responsibility for the vaccination program, for them to really, I think, come up front and center in carrying the message. I think that they should be credible, and persons will listen to them, I believe. Prime Minister, in terms of the specific measures, I think the elimination of no movement days on Sunday is a good decision. And, you know, I think that it was hard to justify that. And I think the decision to relinquish it is logical. In terms of the nightly curfew, we'll be living with that apparently for at least another month. Let us hope that the numbers continue to improve in terms of the hospitalization and positivity rates, and that are not, as you've said, and that we'll be able to relax that a bit more shortly, so that some of the pent-up anguish and boredom or frustrations from a very unusual lifestyle that our people are not accustomed to, we will be able to start to move away from that. I agree with you that the impact of this period of nearly 2 years on the psyche of the people, the behavior of the people is manifesting in all kinds of ways that make the news. And we need to get back to a more normal lifestyle. And the only way to do that is for the people who are not vaccinated to come on board. And we have to get the vaccination program right. I'm glad that the distribution system is being broadened and deepened. You know, that is overdue. That we've been calling for that for a long time. And we think that needs to continue. That process needs to continue, because many persons are simply not going to incur costs to go to a vaccination center far away from where they live and spend a lot of time waiting to be vaccinated. So we need to take it to the people as much as possible. The doctors, pharmacists, these are natural allies in the process. I know that the task force is looking to bring on board a large number of persons in the medical profession, doctors, to join in the effort, and I think that will be a very good thing as well. Prime Minister, I've noticed that you're speaking the language now of differentiation going forward, differentiation between vaccinated and unvaccinated persons in terms of access to various things. You know, I think that with the numbers so low, before we go that route, we need to try and get those numbers up by continuing the process of improving the distribution system and getting the messaging carried as much as possible by persons who will be listened to. I think that the idea of differentiation, where you have over 85% of the population not yet fully vaxxed, is itself likely to be difficult for those people to accept. So I think while there may be a place for that at the right time, I think we have to be strategic as to when and how we roll that out and try to get those numbers up substantially first. It isn't an easy situation, but I believe that between the task force and the availability of vaccines, we should be able to do a lot better than we have been. And as has been said, other countries are protecting their citizens by excluding persons from overseas who are not vaccinated. And that sends a strong message to our people. And we are a people who love to travel, if we can. So that, I think, ought to sink home. Many can't, but many would aspire to do so, one way or another. So, Prime Minister, we will continue to try and be constructive in our approach to this very challenging period in the country's history. You know, we have made numerous suggestions, some of which have been adopted, sometimes much later than we would have liked, but nevertheless have been adopted. We're not claiming that they were adopted because we suggested them, but you know, this ought to be a collaborative effort. And as I've said before, I think the opportunities for collaboration between the government and the opposition, and ideally without the glare of the media so that we can speak more openly and frankly, is always to be encouraged. And the Disaster Risk Management Act, which has been the chosen methodology for imposing the rules that people have to live with in this COVID time, that legislation contemplates an active council with the opposition present. And again, I urge you to utilize that mechanism which is in the law to afford the opportunities for dialogue and consultation, especially when it comes to some of the harder decisions that have to be made. Madam Speaker, I think I've said enough at this time. we hope that the downward trend in terms of the positivity rates, the hospitalization rates, and so on, that those continue. Yeah. And before I close, I would just want to join in thanking Suriname for their generosity in making some of their Pfizer allocation available to us. You know, when you see acts of generosity from countries that are not rich and powerful countries, you really have to thank them. And like you, Prime Minister, I just want to express my sympathies and condolences to the families of those who have lost their loved ones in this pandemic. Both those who've died of COVID, over 2,000 Jamaicans, but also many, many Jamaicans who have unfortunately died of other things, but maybe because of COVID, because the system has been stretched to the limit by COVID, and facilities and amenities in the health system which would normally have been available to help them survive their illness have not been available. The so-called excess deaths, as they call it. Prime Minister, we will continue to support all the positive things that will help Jamaica to come out of this. And again, I reiterate to the public, please get vaccinated, protect yourself, and do the right thing for your country. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I too want to add my support to the efforts to drastically increase the level of vaccination across the country in all the various cohorts. It is something for all of us as Jamaicans. And I want to echo the comments of the leader of the opposition about the collective approach. Because this which we face is a win or lose for all of us. It's not you or me, I win, you lose, or anything like that. All of us are at risk, individually and as a country. And as I mentioned about individually, Madam Speaker, I have openly and publicly been acknowledging the persons who I interact with that while I have not lost any family member to date from COVID, I have lost very close friends, persons who I've had personal friendships with for each over 20 odd years. I have lost persons who are, while not blood relative, but functioning like family members. And so some of us have experienced what the consequences of COVID is. And to urge others that is not just for yourselves why the precautions must be taken, but for your family and your friends. We have to drive home the personal dimension of this, personal that makes up the collective, in an effort to get more and more persons coming on board. Madam Speaker, it's a difficult task. I have spent hours sometimes speaking to individuals, trying to convince them to come on board. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't. On the occasions when we are successful, and I want to share this with other members, the time spent on each person to get them on board, while it might be one here or one there, that one here and one there has a multiplier effect. Because those individuals who were stubborn in coming on board, when they come on board finally, the fact that they come on board can better influence others in their sphere to come on board. So, as I said, it's difficult, but I encourage us all to demonstrate the patience. No, sometimes it's hard, because sometimes some people, I wouldn't even say reasoning, the argument, because it lacks any logical reasoning sometimes. But we have to keep at it. I too want to extend sympathies and condolences to those persons who have lost family members and close friends as a result of the virus, and to add my commendation to the frontline workers, not just the health service workers in that front line, but like our security personnel and others who have to deal with this situation and put yourselves at risk at time. Really want to commend them. Prime Minister, just two questions I want to ask. The $10,000 that was announced for persons, even after you came by my constituency, Prime Minister, persons were asking me, how do they get it? How do they access the $10,000? And the truth is, I couldn't really advise them in any coherent way, except to say that I'm aware of it and promise that I will get the information and make them available. But one of the significance of this, Prime Minister, this $10,000, given the cynicism that exists out there about taking the vaccine, the last thing that we want to have happening is, one, the government, the country announce you're going to get this 10,000 if you take the vaccine. They have taken the vaccine and they can't get the $10,000, or it is extremely difficult to get the 10,000. Then they begin to, and I don't want to utter the words, but you know, the negativism about the intent in offering the 10,000 to begin with. So having announced it, we have to make sure that the persons who get it. I must tell you, one retired policeman, one of my constituents, told me that he has taken it and he had signed up for it and he has not heard anything further. He tell me quite frankly, he said, I never really take the vaccine because I want to get the 10,000, but I really need the 10,000. It would really help him well. I don't want that man to be going to tell other persons how him can get him $10,000 and he was promised the 10,000, and others become very skeptic in taking it. So, Prime Minister, I would love, as I said, one, to make sure that that 10,000 payment that was announced for persons, that it is being paid with alacrity, and not only with alacrity, but without undue bureaucracy. Accountability, yes, and safeguards must be there, but it doesn't go hand in hand that in order to have safeguard, it must be eternally difficult. So that is one. The second one, Prime Minister, you mentioned about the access points being up to 240 something, I recall. Is there a listing that can be made available for it, that we can direct persons, you know, identifying the ones in closer proximity to them, where we can encourage them to go on an ongoing basis rather than special events like Blitz? So I'd like the answers to those two questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Prime Minister, just a few comments and two questions. First, I'm happy that the new direction in terms of the deep community interventions that have been announced are finally coming into being. For reasons that we have discussed already, but two things. There are many times right now in terms of how the local health authorities go into communities for like a pop-up or a community vaccination, and there's no prior notice given to the citizens in those areas.
we had recommended some time ago that to reduce the likelihood of people not coming out to get vaccination, that we could utilize, as has been said, the community influencers, whether it is the JP, the pastors, the principal, or the school teachers, or persons of influence in the community. But there's another aspect to it, Prime Minister. There are many people who need questions answered about the vaccines. And we feel that there has to be followed up, well, prior to the vaccination and prior to the announcement, having these meetings, small community meetings, where you have the scientists, whether it's a nurse or a doctor, who they trust, come and explain and answer the questions in a fulsome way, no holds barred way, and then you follow that up now by having the vaccination. But we hear reports of the Ministry of Health that they went into certain parishes with these blitzes or these pop-up sites, and nobody came. It is simply because nobody had been advised before that they were coming into the areas. And we could do better if we have these town criers and prior announcements about it. I'm also happy, Prime Minister, that finally the private doctors have been roped into this effort, because they see a significant number of persons, and as we have said before in this House and elsewhere, that there are many persons who would go to see the private doctor and get their vaccination as opposed to going into any of these blitzes. Now, you mentioned that there are over 60,000 persons who have gotten first doses of AstraZeneca and have not come back to get their second doses. We know the whole issue of privacy, Prime Minister, but having regard to the fact that many members of Parliament went out there in the blitzes and encouraged persons to get into it, is there any way, without breaking the privacy issue, that we could be advised of some of those persons who are due the second one to see if we could encourage them from our end to go out and get the vaccination outside of the Ministry of Health's personnel, trying to reach out to them? Something I'm putting on the table for consideration for the next 5 days or so before those are expired. The other thing you mentioned is that of the 85,000 persons who would need to get their second doses, you have 60,000 doses of Pfizer that would be left. Am I to understand, and if you had said so, forgive me, but for clarity, are you saying therefore that you'll only give 30,000 doses and reserve the other 30,000 doses for the second shot for Pfizer? Or are you going to give the 50,000 doses, albeit for children, right, 12 to 18? I want to know, is it that the country is going to give the 60,000 doses as a first shot, or are you going to divide it up into 2 doses? Prime Minister, I'm very happy that you mentioned about the revamping of the many questions on the Jam COVID website, because increasingly people had been reaching out that there were challenges getting approval, and I'm happy that the numbers have been reduced. The whole aspect of school reopening, Prime Minister, and the dilemma that is faced by the country in terms of who gets face-to-face as unvaccinated as opposed to unvaccinated. In the UK, the government had provided antigen test kits for householders to do testing for children. Just a thought and a recommendation. All high schools have a school nurse. Is it possible, Prime Minister, and even for the primary schools that do not have school nurses, that a community health aide or somebody within that local could be trained to do an antigen test on site, so that anybody, any child who presents with any symptom at school, instead of awaiting the long delay, you could do a test right away, isolate them, or say they don't come back, and then you can do the PCR for confirmation later on. It is important, if we want to stem any spread, that measures such as those ought to be considered, and it is something that you could ask the Ministry of Health to see whether they will be minded to do something like that. And finally, Prime Minister, I'm very happy that my constant advocacy for your genomic sequencing machine has finally paid off, and that you hand it over to the viral laboratory at the university. I'm very happy that finally, yes, Minister, that finally we can do our own testing here. And we might even find a Jamaican variant, you know. But the reality is that it's here, and I'm hoping that it can be tasked into service very soon, if not, so that we don't have to send as far away as Germany and Brazil and Mexico and Trinidad to get our sampling to tell us what variants are here. Thank you.
Prime Minister, 2 points. I want to just to piggyback on the point that the member from Central St. Mary made about testing. I want to give you an example of a private preschool. They're doing face-to-face. A student tested positive. They suspended face-to-face. They went to online. They said to the parents, if you want to bring your student back face-to-face, you have to do a PCR test, which costs $22,000. So you had the option of doing the PCR test or continuing online until that incubation period. It is inevitable that many of the students are going to be positive once you start face-to-face school. And the system that private school employed is what I'd call an honor system, where the parent acknowledges that the student has symptoms and the parent voluntarily goes to test. If testing is not easily available and affordable, what is going to happen is that the parents will continue to send the kids and a turnaround time that is quick, because in the public sector system now, it is not quick. So the parent will continue to send the sick student to school, maybe asymptomatic, but may have a runny nose and just believe it's a cold, and then that student infects everybody else. So to follow up what member from Central St. Mary said, to ensure that we don't have spread, we have to find a cheap, accessible way for testing for parents so that they can easily identify their child and say, all right, do maybe the antigen test first because it is cheaper, and then to confirm maybe PCR. But right now, the majority of Jamaicans cannot afford to pay the private testing fees that exist. So I just want to support that point strongly. The second point I want to make relates to basic schools, where I support the reopening face-to-face, but the basic schools can't even afford to put in place the sanitizers, the wash hand stations. They can't do it because for the last 2 years, they have had no income. The basic schools are catering to the lowest socioeconomic group. Those parents are not paying because the picking them now go back face to face. They pay no fees whatsoever. So I have already had requests from basic schools in my constituency to say, listen, we're going back face to face. I need this, I need that. I am appealing to the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Education. I know the pressures, but if it is a small grant in place to ensure that they can put in the sanitizer and the wash station so that they can home. These basic schools have no other form of support. The parents don't pay the fees. The teachers, they are community-based schools. The teachers have to take money out of their pocket to just keep the school going. So we need to ensure that there's some level of support provided to these schools so that they can reopen. And I just wanted to confirm the arrangements for persons over 60, they know who are supposed to stay home if those arrangements remain in place, and the same for access to beaches, rivers, those are the same arrangements. All right, thanks.
The infant school. I won't deal with the issue of the infant school since the member from Southeast St. Andrew has dealt with it, so I leave that alone. But first of all, let me start by saying that I am pleased to see the approach, the practical approach that's being taken for infants 0 to 5 and now for the primary schools that will start in November. When I first mooted the argument about bringing your primary schools in particular in, given the same dynamics of local population, how far they were from school, the buses and all of that, I was called irresponsible. I want to say that you have taken a very responsible approach in what I see here. Right? So I just want to make that very clear. The issue of testing in every jurisdiction I've looked at where they have opened schools for children who don't have vaccines, there has been a high element of screening and testing. And so I believe that we're going to have to look at some way of doing that. I don't know how advanced I think it's, what is it, is it Nigeria that has a $1 testing made for mass testing? But I'd want to suggest, Minister and Prime Minister, that we really look at testing in that sense. In terms of just two issues, especially now when we are transitioning to open and get face-to-face, I have not heard much said about the transition, the importance of communication between parents and teachers so that teachers can understand the concerns of students who are coming in, so that parents can understand the importance of the protocols and what are the risks if you don't obey those protocols. Sometimes we take things for granted, but I know that the minister is very well aware that some of the things you teach in grade 1 in some schools are things that probably you would never believe you should. But given the population, you need to teach those things. And so I think we shouldn't take it for granted. We need to make sure that there is that communication has to be clear and concise so that there is an understanding of the kind of collaboration that it will require to keep our children in school and safely so, given also the point made.
Madam Speaker, the time being 7:20 p.m., I ask that the House be allowed to sit beyond 7:30 p.m. to complete the business of the day.
Members, the question is that it is now 7:20 p.m. and therefore we are asking permission for the House to sit beyond 7:30 to complete the business of the day. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? The ayes have it.
Thank you. So just two quick questions. One is, with the expected Pfizer vaccines, what is the expectation in terms of how long it will take us to get to a 65% of our children between 12 and 18 to actually be vaccinated? Because I think that's also important as we look at secondary schools in terms of the availability of vaccines to get them to that stage. I think it has to be in tandem, because the government can't hold them hostage if we are not able to deliver. So that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. In terms of the other primary schools that would not fall between the small and medium that have been identified. Well, no, I should ask, are there any primary schools that don't fall within that 376 that are slated to be opened come November 8th? So just to know if there's any and what is to happen to those students. I also wanted to make one last point. I believe that there is an urgency to right what has been a historic problem of inequity in our school system. And therefore, I don't want to say that it is not there. I don't sense it. I don't sense that there's that urgency to reverse the inequities that have been made even worse with the pandemic. And I say that because if we accept that online is not working, then we have to look at what are the other alternatives right through, even where there are difficult decisions. Minister, by now you would have gotten a letter from me requesting a meeting. I believe that we really need to have a kind of conversation that allows us to understand all of the permutations and how it is we can actually get to a point where our children, the majority of them, have an opportunity to actually learn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for your questions. I'll just quickly run through some of the answers. Let me start with the acknowledgement that the genome sequencer machine arrived in Jamaica, and we handed it over very quickly to the University of the West Indies. It was an oversight on my part. We should have invited the opposition spokesperson on health. Indeed, nevertheless, I did give you credit, fulsome and copious credit, for suggesting. Yes, I did, and it probably was carried in the press, and you probably would have gotten the reports as well. And I used it as a means to show that, you know, what people see in Parliament is often the divide. They don't always see how we work together constructively. And they may have missed the point as well that the opposition spokesperson on education made a point in our last debate. I noted it, and I went back and made the checks. It could have been dismissed, as we oftentimes in the cross banter say, oh, that's not a good point. But what the country should know is that the government pays very careful attention to what is said in Parliament. Yes, we pick the sense out of nonsense. Yeah. Oh no, but you know, it's the way in which parliaments operate, Madam Speaker. You know, in the management of the pandemic, we would never deny that, you know, solid contributions have been made from the opposition, and we have taken them on board for the good of the country. And I think in this matter, we all should act unambiguously. We all should act with the country's interest foremost and unequivocal in our minds and in our actions. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I welcome the endorsement of the Leader of the Opposition and his very comprehensive response and call to action for citizens to get vaccinated.
Hear, hear.
The Leader of the Opposition made an important point. He said that maybe the message should not be carried by politicians. Other persons should step up to the plate. I will say to the Leader of the Opposition that I would gladly retreat from the front line of this because politically it does not serve. You know, you get no credit for it, and you're getting all kinds of blame, and you become the source of people's frustration. So there's no, you know, but as the leader of the country, I can't act in an irresponsible manner. So I have to lead it. I have to be out there. You know, when we scan the comments, people say, all you talk about is COVID and vaccine. Talk about something else. Talk about crime. Talk about this. Talk about that. But it is very frustrating for me as well, because the citizens don't make the connection. Well, not all, but many who are commenting don't make the connection. As I tried to show that the absence of the body cams, which we budgeted, placed, ready to go, those funds have had to be totally diverted. The pandemic has had an impact on all spheres of our lives. And in order for us to get back to normal, to address the crime, to address the education system, all of those issues, we have to address the vaccination, the low vaccination rate. And so I have been consumed, I will say, I have been consumed by this, putting in all the efforts to get the country up to a high level of vaccination, and not to the dereliction of my duties in other areas, but certainly in terms of emphasis, I have been focused on getting the vaccination program going, because that is the way out of the pandemic. I was very graphic in my presentation, members, saying that how the pandemic will end. As I said, we don't know when it is going to end, but we know how pandemics have ended in the past. In the past, the pandemics would have ended either by some environmental factor which we don't know about, change in temperature or something, and the virus disappears. Or it would have infected a significant portion of the population, giving them herd immunity or killing off a lot of people. We have had the experience here in Jamaica with the cholera outbreak, when 10% of our population died in cholera. And we have had it with other diseases as well. And we have had the experience where we have brought an outbreak under control in our lifetime. The polio outbreak, we had polio outbreaks before, which were more severe, but in 1981, 82, there was an outbreak which started, I believe, in St. James. And it was spreading. But the Ministry of Health jumped into action with vaccines. Some of you here would recall going to primary school and seeing the brown uniform nurse with the vial in her hand, and you have to line up, hold back your head, stick out your tongue, and they dutifully drop, I think it's 2 or 3 drops on your tongue. I think it was bitter. But that was it. And we got rid of polio. There's no more polio in Jamaica since the 80s. And we passed regulations to mandate our children to take vaccines. So it is not something that's new to our society. I think the hesitancy is without reason and cause. But having said that, let me answer the other question which was asked by the member from St. Catherine South. The incentives that we had given. I too was questioned at your vaccination blitz about this program by another lady who asked that she filled out the form or something and she hasn't gotten a response yet. Well, firstly, for persons who are going to be vaccinated, you can go to the We Care, well, if you're over 65 years old, you could go to the wecare.gov.jm website, wecare.gov.jm website, and you would fill out the application form online. The important data would be the identifier, whether it is your TRN or license or whatever it is you use to identify yourself to the vaccination center where you got vaccinated. So you need to have your card with you. And you put in that relevant information. That data is then taken and matched against the Ministry of Health's database. So far, 43,000 persons have applied. So that would be 65 and over. 60 and over. Minister of Finance has given me the correct. Persons 60 and over would have applied. 60 years and older. 42,000 have applied. 43, yeah. 35 have been 35 or 30? 35,000 have been confirmed. 35,000, meaning that they have gone on the Ministry of Health's website and matched the data against the application on the wecare.gov.jm website. Once that confirmation is done, they would send a text to say you are confirmed, you can go and collect your $10,000 grant. And 21,000 Jamaicans have actually been paid. That's 210 million Jamaican dollars has been paid out. So it is going not as fast as we would want, but it is there. You know, my usual complaint, the bureaucracy, which is important, is slow. And that is because of the big challenge of identification. So once we're going to do something online without a systematic identification process, the time for verification will make the transaction longer. And that is why the NIDS is so important. And so as we move to a digital society, these kinds of effort will become far more efficient and far more seamless in how it is done.
Bank account and
so they will get a text first to say you have been confirmed, and where you have a bank account, it will be sent to your bank account or through a remittance agent. So you choose which one. Well, I don't know. So that's another issue again. So they have to confirm that the bank account is yours. So there's a validation, not just of your existence in the health database, but that the financial information you give them, your bank account, is actually up. Because in the last care program, there are many bank accounts that we got that were dormant. So we need to make sure that the bank account is functional. Assuming it will be an immediate thing, it is a transfer.
210 million have been paid.
Yeah, so it's fairly immediate. Now the good thing with the NIDS is that all of these verifications would be done early, and no, it's important. Yeah, and we're moving with digital money, so you will have an electronic wallet, which will make all of these things just very seamless and easy to do. A truly digital society. All right, so Madam Speaker, the issue of having MPs assist in getting persons who have not been vaccinated, I'm not certain that it would pose a health issue, but I would speak to the CMO. We need to look at the ethical issues involved. So I will pursue this with the Minister of Health and the CMO to see if there are any ethical breaches that could possibly be involved in having MPs or other persons who could assist the process of getting the persons who have had their first dose but have been tardy in getting the second dose. To be clear, you've asked about whether or not after giving the second dose of the Pfizer, whether or not we're going to look at the balance remaining and split that balance in half so that we only give first dose, and then only persons who would have gotten the first half of the package would get the second half of the package. That's the question you're asking. And the answer to you is yes. We would not run the risk this time of giving everyone and waiting on the packages to come. We do expect to get another amount. I'm not going to say how much, but we do expect to get another substantial amount from the US in terms of a gift. It seems close and definitive, but again, I only speak on it when I'm certain and the vaccine is going to land. So right now, because we know it is close, we're going to be cautious and just split the package that we have now in half, give first dose, and then give second dose. That's how we're going to approach it. Bear in mind, however, that the wiser thing to do if we had a certain flow would have been just to give everybody. I mean, that would give you the maximum protection. But given the situation that we have, we don't want a repeat of the last time, so we do it this way. All right, the other question that was asked was testing. Very important question, and whether or not the government of Jamaica will promote testing. Right now, there are some testing protocols for the schools, mostly focused on teachers, not so much on students. In fact, I'm not certain that you have any protocols for testing students at the local level. We will examine it. I can immediately see difficulties, but we will examine it to see how best it can work. I would, however, suggest to you, though, that testing is a risk management exercise. It does not guarantee. And if you're going to go with mass testing, which means you would have to go with cheaper testing solutions, you're going to have a greater variation in results. In fact, you would probably end up with a 30 to 40% probability of false positives or false negatives. That's as high as it is. So we have to consider all that. The real solution, however, is vaccination. There is no substitute for it. And we agree with the kids under 12, but I'm saying in general, in the phase that we are, where the disease is, essentially now endemic in the population, you don't get tested for flu. We recommend you get vaccinated. That's the approach. Vaccine is the solution. I don't know if I left out any other questions, but remind me. I would have to go back to my script, but just from my recollection, that we're going to look first of all at most of the rural schools that are small numbers. I believe it's 191 of those, and those will return. There are some medium-sized schools that could operate 3 streams, and those schools we will return them, not a lot of them. The Ministry of Education will put out the list and will give more details. I don't want to go into too much details about them there. For the large schools, obviously, we have not made any provisions as yet. So we'll soon say to the public how that will go. But right now, because we are getting children back without vaccines, we are taking the infection control measures as the means of protection. I close by saying, Madam Speaker, that the strategy of the government has been to shield the citizens.
Prime Minister, one other question he didn't answer, which is just simply around the schedule for the Pfizer vaccine that we're going to be getting. How long would you expect before schools would be at 65% based on the availability?
We're going to get another set, and I don't want to tell you how much that is, but it's a large amount, larger than what we're going to get now. And we could easily ramp up particular schools up to 65. And as schools reach the target, the plan is to get them face-to-face. So yes, it can be done rapidly, and I can foresee it being done rapidly. The only obstacle would be for parents who resist their children getting vaccinated. That's the only issue. I'm seeing that the amount that we're getting is in this year, the amount of the Pfizer, we're getting it this year. But I won't say whether it is November or December. Too many dates have moved, and when it comes, it comes. So just to close, Madam Speaker, and thanks for the indulgence of the members. The strategy of the government since the start of the pandemic has been to shield the citizens. And we did it very successfully. The best example of it is the elder shielding that we did with the stay-at-home measures for persons 60 and over. I think that has worked beautifully, and it really worked on a system. We didn't have to enforce on anyone. Elders stayed home. Senior citizens stayed home, most of them. So that worked beautifully. Madam Speaker, we cannot now continue with this shielding forever. Whilst the virus is still a novel virus and our immune system is still naive to it, the truth is that as social creatures and intelligent creatures, meaning we can learn from experience and learn from stimuli in our environment, we know now enough about the disease as to how to protect ourselves. So the government knows how to protect the citizens. We have vaccines and we know the measures at work. And the citizens now know the measures that work. Madam Speaker, it was not always the case that our society, people wash their hands after using the bathroom or cover their mouth if they cough or stop spitting on the road. That wasn't always the practice. It came, Madam Speaker, as public health developed, and these practices were taught in schools, and people began to internalize them, and they became common practice. So too will mask wearing become common practice, just to protect ourselves, because we know that it does work. So, Madam Speaker, the government will have to remove the shield. And the shield in this case would have been the use of lockdowns and curfews and so forth. And the citizens will have to face this new world with the virus. So they must act responsibly. We will continue to be vigilant, but, Madam Speaker, we can't continue to sacrifice the education of our children, to take away the budget for garbage collection, the budget for our national security, the budget for roads. We can't, it just can't continue. So this, Madam Speaker, should be taken as the signal of the change in policy. Citizens will have to make decisions and face the consequences of their decisions. I know I have great confidence in the people. We have to take time to reason. Our people sometimes can be stubborn, but when they are decided on a course, they will move with speed and alacrity. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Announcements.
Laid on the table of the House today are the following: Ministry paper numbers 74, 75, and 76, respectively, entitled Cabinet Agenda Issues for April 12, 2021, April 19, 2021, and April 26, 2021, respectively. Annual report on audited financial statements of the Montego Bay Free Zone Company Limited for the financial year 2019-2020, and certified appropriation account for head 56,000, Ministry of Science, Energy and Technology for the year 2019-2020, head 6,800, Ministry of 68,000, Ministry of Transport and Mining for the year 2016-2017, and head 68,000, Ministry of Transport and Mining, Capital A, for the year 2018-2019.
Madam Speaker, I think it's only appropriate that the House and the country note that today, October the 26th, is the second Prime Minister's birthday, which is October the 26th. Sir Donald Sangster would have been 110 today. And as we know, he entered politics at age 21, and he was Prime Minister in 1964. So we just make note of it in the House.
Thank you, House Leader. Bills brought from the Senate.
The following is a message from the President of the Senate to the Honorable House of Representatives. I have the honor to advise the Honorable House of Representatives that on the 22nd day of October 2021, a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act was passed in the House of Representatives, was passed in the Senate with 3 amendments for which the Senate desires the concurrence of the Honorable House, and the amendments have been circulated. Signed, Thomas Tavares Swinson, OJ, CD, QC, JP, President of the Senate.
Madam Speaker, I now ask for your consent for the Senate amendments to a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Companies Act to be now considered and approved.
Those in favor? Those against?
Madam Speaker, I just want to say I'm very pleased that the specific amendment that I recommended in relation to companies that have articles which do not provide for meetings through audiovisual means, shareholder meetings, and will not do unless they amend their articles, will not really need to do so, because unless the provision says that unless the articles prohibit those meetings, they can go ahead and treat the regime as applicable to them, the new regime. And I think that was an important change, and it was made in the Senate and has come back here. And I think that will assist this particular set of amendments being that much more useful in a much immediately once the law comes into effect. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition has preempted me, but it's fine that this amendment makes it clear that virtual only or hybrid meetings can be held unless the company's articles expressly prohibits that. I want to also mention that this amendment allows the registrar this discretion to allow a company to apply for an extension of time to hold an annual general meeting within a shorter period than 30 days where necessary. And the accompanying form seeks to accommodate that requirement. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Members, the question therefore is, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it. Petitions, papers, reports from committees, notices of motions given orally. Questions and answers to questions, motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice, motions relating to sittings of the House, motions for leave to introduce bills, presentation of bills without leave of the House first obtained. Public business.
Madam Speaker, it's not proposed to do any further business, and I now move that the House be adjourned until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 27th of October at 2 p.m.
The question before the House is that the House do adjourn until tomorrow, Wednesday, the 27th of October. Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? This House is now adjourned.